Last time in Renascence, you guys were wrapping up your solstice festivities, handed out a few more gifts, had a few conversations, and called it a day on a welcome reprieve from the past several months of chaos. At least until late that night, shortly
And the
after
Fire
midnight.
Nation attacked.
Two of you were roused by a low-grade earthquake, sending tremors up through the castle into your rooms. And looking around, investigating, you guys both noticed, Noel and Lauren, this eerie red glow shining up over the horizon, far to the east. You did some investigating. Spent a few days seeing what you could learn about this thing, seeing what was being said about this event. But the most you were able to find was that this seemed to be happening very, very, very far away, well beyond the reach of the Emerald Isles, potentially as far out as the Sea of Halan. And whatever it was, while the light persisted night after night, the quake did not return. And no further happenings followed it, leading some in Freeport to conclude that this may not be an entirely pressing matter, though it was certainly something that authorities were going to be keeping an eye on. And you got in touch with some people who told you they would keep you posted as to what they found in regards to this strange light. In the meantime, you guys had a monster to hunt. You had been planning to track down Barnaby's suspected chimera, creature that killed his father, for some time now, and you finally have your opportunity to make good on that plan. So you guys got your supplies together, said your goodbyes, made plans to reconvene with friends and allies post-hunt, and using the waylight, you guys journeyed out to the dense pine copse north of the village of Rose and stepped into the Feywild, where you spent a long, uneventful day traveling along an unearthly road before finally emerging from the Feywild into a dark, cool marsh. There is traces of frost on the plant life around here, many barren trees interspersed with the evergreen pines, shards of ice, thin, brittle, floating in the water. It is dark out here. At least I think it would be dark.
Time zone
You guys are
change.
crossing several time zones. Yeah, it might actually be midday. That's a good question. How far away does a time zone work?
I think it depends on the size of the planet too.
That's true. Well, it should be relative, right? Okay. So we'll say. No, actually, it would be dark because you guys are going towards the sunrise. So it would have gotten very. So it's dark and it's late, and you guys don't have any real indication what time it is beyond. Stars are out, bright and clear overhead, shining through some kind of patchy cloud cover. There is, I believe, one half moon out, shedding a little bit of light on the environment around you. And you can see in one direction, which I think Barnaby would be able to indicate to you, given your location in the world, is probably the northeast. there is a faint, distant red glow shining in the sky, seeming to emanate up from the distant horizon behind the trees, far, far away. For now, you are standing in the dark in a cold, wet marsh.
Brings back a lot of memories.
It's cold here.
I'm tired.
What do you want to do?
Lauren's gonna take a nap.
You're going to take a nap?
Just kidding.
Just right in the mud.
You've been walking all day. This is
Yeah,
bullshit.
you don't want to take a mud nap, or else you'll be taking a dirt nap, if you know what I mean.
We
Nope.
should probably look for some kind of place to camp then.
A longer nap
Is
than
that-
intended.
You'll be napping for the rest of your life, I'll put it that way.
Why? What's in the water? What's in the mud? Oh, is it like a sinkhole thing? Or-
Yep.
Got it.
But yes, we should probably get to some dry land, set up camp for the night.
Barnaby, are we gonna get to meet your family?
I hope not.
Like your mom and stuff?
I hope not.
Okay. It would be really unfortunate if that happened.
Yes, it would, and I'm going to do everything in my power to prevent that.
I am not curious at all.
Lauren, from my understanding, the woman is not the type that you would want to prank.
Oh no, I'm just genuinely curious. I was not planning on pranking.
Mm-hmm.
We could free your other brothers and sisters from her clutches. Barnaby's mom's the real evil person. The last boss.
I wouldn't call her a people person.
I mean, she's made a lot of people, hasn't she?
Yes. She's not exactly good with them. So do whatever you like with that you will.
Well, right now we
we
just
will be
need to...
doing precisely nothing with it, if I have any say in the matter.
Alright.
Right now we should
Lauren goes.
probably get camp set up.
I'm so sorry, Noah.
I just want to find a place that's less cold.
I'll warm you up.
Okay.
Hug.
So, as your eyes are adjusting to the dim, dark, very, very dark, lightless swamp here, I'll say whoever's looking for camp, whoever's heading that check, go ahead and give me a survival check.
I can do that. I have training for this shit.
All right.
Ooh, a nat 20 plus 7.
Beat my roll.
It's a good start.
Okay.
We find the best swampy campsite you've ever
Find a hotel.
ever imagined. Yeah, just
What?
smack dab in the middle.
This wasn't here the last time I was here. Man, that would've been
sure.
handy.
Really developed.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. With a nat 20, you guys happen upon, as you are sort of stepping out of the sort of the shallow water, trying to find some dry ground to really kind of head your search up. It does not take long for you guys to come upon an opening in the marshland here. You can see this sort of wide expanse of sort of relatively high ground, sort of crowned by this towering, wide branched oak tree. And beneath it, you find the broken down, kind of half collapsed ruins of this old shack. There still seems to be, a roof over about half of it. The other half seems to have collapsed in on itself, but it's not terribly hard to sort of clear it out. It's such an old building. It's mostly rotted away. But stepping inside of it, it's definitely drier, and before long, with the five of you sort of crowding into it, definitely a lot warmer than just standing out and sitting in the open. So you guys found yourself a relatively cozy place to sort of check out for the night.
Also, I have a spell now that we can use for this.
Oh shit!
I'm going to find a stick, and I'm going to draw a big 10-foot circle in the room. And
Okay.
as I'm drawing, I'll start incanting, and after that 1 minute, Liamon's tiny hut will form.
We put a hut in a hut.
Well, now we have a whole roof.
Oh,
Is
oh,
it
question,
really-
question. What does Noelle's tiny hut look like inside?
Well, it's not decorated. It's literally just a dome. I don't get to make anything, unfortunately. It's just a big old circle.
I thought that one did have like stuff in
I can choose the color
it.
and the opacity.
Oh, how opaque is it? What color?
I'll choose a good matching brown, so that we don't stand out too much.
Okay.
And
Fair
inside, it's a beautiful 72 degrees.
Nice and cozy.
That's too warm. Lauren's outside.
Okay.
Okay.
More room for us.
Cool.
Well, you might want to
Um,
start in the hut and then go outside, just for the mechanics of the hut.
I think I can choose who to let in and out. I don't. It's not like.
I thought everybody had
I
to be in
would
it from
think
the
it's
beginning.
hilarious.
I think you. I think.
Like you can move
Kat
in and
might
out
be
of it
right.
after it's been put up, but
I think Kat might be right if I remember Tiny Hut correctly. So the spell ends if Noelle leaves the hut. 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside the dome with you. The spell fails if its area includes a larger creature or more than 9 creatures and objects within the dome. When you cast the spell, can move through it freely. All other creatures and objects are barred from passing through. So everyone inside when it starts, and then you can move freely as you will.
Okay.
So it's a 20 foot across sphere,
Yep. 10-foot radius.
if I recall correctly. 10-foot radius. Okay. So with that dome set up, this thing basically spans the width of the shack, and there's maybe like another 10 feet along the other axis that kind of leaves a 10-foot gap between the dome and the far wall. So you have a very comfortable, dry, warm shelter set up on top of being surrounded by this ruined building. And you guys kind of hunker down. Anything you need to do before calling it a night?
I think at the end of session, didn't I like do ascending to Adlar or something?
Don't remember, honest to God. It's been 3 weeks.
I know.
You might have.
Here, I'll just send him ascending and just be like, we made it safe in the. No, because I think it was like.
I think someone was sending messages while you were on the road. Or someone received messages while you were on the road. I don't remember.
Okay.
To add
I
that.
don't remember either. I think it was Adlar. Because I think it was because
Oh,
of
that's right, because Adlar was sending messages to see if you were out yet. And that you were getting like very rushed sounding sort of mental communications because of the time dilation.
Okay. Well then I will send to Adlar.
Okay.
Like, we are in the swamp. It is swampy. And it is wet. And it is cold. But I don't feel it.
I think you did. I think you said exactly that last time. Okay, cool. So Adlar definitely responds, as I'm sure he did last session. Like, oh, good. I was beginning to worry you got lost. But keep us posted. Good luck. with your hunt.
Will do.
So yeah,
All right.
you
Well,
have tiny hut for the next 8 hours.
do we want to take watches? I think the walls are pretty impenetrable, but oh, now we get to the DM rolling. Is there a floor?
Tiny hut creates an immobile dome of force that springs into existence around you. Let's see. It implies that it's a dome. All creatures until the spell ends. And the interior dark. Bold than it is a sealed container.
Okay.
Just kind of an overturned dome of force.
Okay. Well, the only way things are getting in is through burrowing, probably, or magical means, I guess. So is that worth a watch?
I can keep an eye out, at least for a few hours.
Okay.
Lauren kerplunked onto the ground. I was like, nah.
Kerplunk.
After all, we are in the Feywilds, and time is wibbly wobbly for Fey creatures.
Well, I don't think we're technically in the Feywild.
Aren't we?
You are not.
Oh, okay. I
You
stand
passed-
corrected. Never
You
mind.
passed through it to get here.
Gotcha.
You are in Barnaby's homeland, the Hinola
Okay.
Wood.
Oh, yeah, how long does the waylight take to recharge once it's been used? A week being 10 or 7 days?
I would say 7 days,
Okay.
just for the sake of it being portable.
Okay.
If someone wants to steal my magic item, feel free. Recharge us
I
on a
mean, it
week.
is a cool item.
Anyways,
Yeah, I'm going to go to bed because I'm not super helpful. Unless we need me for watch, I will be sleeping.
okay. So, Burberry, first watch. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
And 19 plus.
Mm.
So 22.
22. Okay. Good roll. So, Burberry, as you sit in this warm, cozy dome, feeling the sort of frozen grounds slowly softening over the course of the first hour, it's quiet out here. Despite what the ambient background music might imply, you don't actually hear much in the way of insects chirping or even really the sound of much wildlife at all. It is very still, very quiet, not even really the winds blowing. There's sort of just the occasional slight breeze. You can hear the branches overhead kind of banging up against the frame of this decrepit old shack. And you just sort of take in the scene through sort of the breaks in the wall, looking outside across the glistening water, sort of catching the sparse light of the moon, the trees in every direction, very gently swaying anytime that faint breeze kind of wafts over. And it's peaceful out here, despite the temperature and the remoteness. And your watch passes almost without incident. As your eyes are beginning to flutter after a couple hours on watch, and you're beginning to feel like maybe it's time to hand over the reins to someone else, you hear a splashing noise in the water somewhere outside the shack. Sort of rhythmic beating of waves, of something moving through the water, and then a few seconds later, you hear a loud, heavy squelch as something big sets foot on the ground, on the shore. Looking outside the shack, what you see is this massive shape sort of hauling itself up out of the water nearby. It's easily 12, maybe 15, 16 feet tall, almost as wide around. This sort of rotund, heavy-set shape, held up by these very powerful-looking, thick legs, and sort of trailing these unnerving, undulating sort of tentacles at its sides. And at first, it looks like this long, pointed tongue sort of lolling from the mouth. And then you watch as this thing sort of like kicks up and unhinges this massive jaw, like chokes down whatever was in its mouth. That tongue shape disappears, and you can hear the distinct sound of something very large swallowing the massive boom. And then you hear the steps again.
I'd like to message Aloran and go, Aloran, are you in the tent? Please tell me you're in the tent.
I think it was too hot. Lauren was uncomfortable.
Where did you go, Lauren?
She was just like, she went in and then she was like, nah, 72, not my, I like 68.
So where did you go?
I was just like right outside the hut.
Are you still in the shack, or are you...
Oh, I'm in the shack.
Okay, so you're just kind of laying on the ground, cold, semi-wet, semi-frozen ground.
When this comes up, I'm gonna just grab Aloran and pull her into the thing.
Just grab the sleeping bag.
Just like reach out, just slow drag it, like don't notice.
I feel like a Lauren would. Wait, can I see if I notice?
I'll say go ahead and give me a stealth check, Berber, if you're trying to be quiet about it.
Do I roll a perception check?
You're asleep, so I'm going to say it's just going to be your passive perception.
Okay, which is really fucking high.
I know it is.
Morning, Burberry.
Speed of 13.
No.
So yeah, Berber, you grab a hold of Lauren and start to haul her into the dome. Lauren, you are already starting to wake up just because you felt something sort of shaking the ground under your arm, or you're laying your face, and as you're
You notice
kind
the
of,
4-degree difference between her feet and her knees.
Yeah. I'm
and
like,
then you feel
"Get
yourself
off!
like sliding in. You feel the
No!
mud caking in your
I'm
clothes,
burning alive.
and as this is happening, Burberry, you see this giant shape and like turn towards the shack, and you hear this deep intake of breath, this and
Can I open my eyes and like look back and see
begin
what it
walking
is?
towards the shack. Yeah, go for it.
Is that a perception?
You open your eyes and you see it immediately.
Okay.
I know you have dark vision, and as it's getting closer, you're going to see this big, flabby, but like heavily muscled, rotund shape of a creature making its way towards the shack. And this thing, like I said, 15 feet tall. This thing towers over you guys.
How hot? How hunky?
No? Lauren!
So I rolled a disadvantage because I knew this is probably not going to be appealing to you. My results were a nat 20 and a 1.
So
he's
not
very
super
not
hunky.
hunky. He's not
so
hunky.
he was almost the hunkiest thing on this planet.
No, this man had disadvantage because he is a foul creature.
Okay.
He is a large. You can tell it's heavily muscled, but also like the whole body is caked in this heavy, like thick, undulating layer of blubber.
Anytime anyone
Big-
uses the word undulating, just immediately go no.
Yeah, every time it like takes a step, like the whole body kind of shivers, like a giant gelatinous cube. Really like thick, powerful, muscular legs that it's sort of crouched on as it walks, and it's got these sort of writhing sort of like tentacles, probably like 4, maybe 6, that sort of trail at its sides, like 2 to 3 to each side. too tall for you to really see what's on top of it, like what's the face looks like. But this thing is now sort of chomping its way through
Right.
the marsh towards the dome.
Ishkadoodling to the dome.
Okay, yeah,
She's like, Burberry, help me.
yeah, you and Burberry are like into the dome. You dragged her in. And this thing is now stepping towards the shack, taking these big inhales of breath. And you see it lean down. The big belly kind of begins to like squelch onto the ground as this thing just kind of like flattens itself. And the head now is sort of level with you. And through the dark, the two of you can make out this very big, wide mouth that just kind of like encircles this sort of wide, flat head. Oh, did she get left outside?
I locked her house.
No, I brought her back in. What the fuck, Phoebe?
She's outside.
Oh my god.
Come on, baby. Come on inside.
I brought you in. Anyway.
Clearly you didn't bring her in enough.
The same thing happened with Lauren.
So you see this thing with this big, like wide and flat head, massive mouth that sort of like circles like half the head, and protruding from the top of the head, behind these sort of long slit-like nostrils, there is this thick, protuberant stalk from which a trio of slitted yellow eyes are sort of pivoting, blinking, sort of surveying the ground around you as it's, again...
I'm gonna throw
Taking
something
these
at
deep
Barnaby.
breaths.
Barnaby, is this the thing?
Are you whispering?
Oh, no. No. Well,
Are you talking at all? Because this thing is literally like inches from the dome.
I feel like the dome's sturdy. Barnaby.
What?
Barnaby,
What?
is this the thing?
And you see this
Oh,
thing
dear
sort of
heavens.
recoil at the sound of the yelling, kind of rear back, and seems to suddenly kind of realize, oh, this thing's here, this dome that it can't see through, thanks to Noelle's opaque brown coloration. But it begins leaning in, taking more deep breaths. You see the tentacles beginning to sort of like writhe around the dome, just kind of like trying to find some egress, because there's clearly something in here.
Aw, it's hugging us.
I think it's
No.
already.
you.
And then you watch the mouth just
Oh, that's
probably like a good like 8 feet wide, bottom lip to top, as it's almost like completely unhinged and just wraps itself around the dome.
The way you describe
there
his
is this
mouth, I'm just picturing a Muppet. It's just like the two parts of the head that just open.
but it's huge, right? There, like the entire rim of the mouth is ringed in like 2 rows of these, or like 1.5 inch long, sharp serrated teeth, and there is a bright red lash-like tongue that is now just kind of whipping around on top of the dome, furiously licking, trying to find some purchase.
This ain't no
as-
jawbreaker, buddy.
So the dome is being deep-throated by a gigantic...
Why'd you have to go and make it dirty like
It's
that?
not moving and it's not breaking, but
I'm gonna toss cayenne pepper at the tongue as it swipes. Let's make this dope taste
Okay.
bad.
Like we're delicious.
No, cayenne pepper's tasty on its own.
yeah, cayenne pepper by itself is not great.
okay.
Ooh.
I mean, we don't know the preferences of a giant monster.
This would be kind of hot if it was a hot creature.
So cayenne pepper, huh?
Yeah.
Let me see. I
I
guess
should have
this
made
will
it do the
be...
cinnamon challenge.
How much cayenne pepper are you throwing?
It says I have a small thing of it, so I'll throw the
The whole thing?
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. So I guess this will be a con save against some sort of poisonous effect. Sounds pretty good. I won't lie to you, Burberry. He does not seem terribly phased. In fact, after a couple moments after the cayenne sort of like makes contact, you can see that it's now like kind of coating the tongue. You see him kind of like pull back a little bit, kind of smack his lips. You can see him like licking, and then again he just leans forward and is now like aggressively just like smearing his mouth across the top of the dome.
Are we all awake at this point?
I would hope so.
All right, now you just made it get a taste for us.
Hey, do I have any of my dirty socks left over?
I mean, are you wearing socks right now? I'm sure they're filthy.
Well, I mean, I don't want to use one of the ones that Burberry gave me.
Oh yes, please don't use magic socks unless you want to find this creature again.
I mean, that would be a good way to track it.
Alright, I got an idea. I'm gonna try to use universal speech.
Okay.
If this creature can understand any language, I think this works.
Okay.
Choose one more creatures, up to number of charisma modifier. Charisma creatures can magically understand you regardless of the language you speak for 1 hour. Oh, they don't. There's no prerequisite. They can just understand me.
Okay. So your speech is intelligible to any creature. Yeah, okay. So, with the powers of eloquence at your disposal.
The power of bards can kill you.
What do you say?
Does anyone have thaumaturgy?
I got a gun.
No.
Barnaby's like, I got a gun.
Sorry, no.
That's alright. Alright, I'm just going to speak. I am the orb of wisdom. Please stop licking me. We'll start there.
Okay. So, again, this thing, mouth open wide, almost completely encapsulating the dome, tongues furiously licking the dome. You see him like pull back, and you see the 3 eye stalks kind of like peering over the lip of the mouth down at the dome now, blinking confusedly. And it just kind of like sits back, like tendril fingers just kind of waving in the air beside it, and it kind of cocks its head.
I sense that you are seeking food. I have marked where food is located on your map. If you look to the red light in the distance.
Okay.
You will find all the food you need at that location.
Okay. I guess.
We outsmarted your monster.
I'm gonna have you roll persuasion, but I'm giving you disadvantage because this thing is really dumb.
Okay.
It doesn't even know what a map is.
That's what I'm questioning.
Okay.
This thing has very low intelligence.
It's 24 still.
Okay. You see this thing sort of crane its neck and kind of look out away from the dome. It looks back at the dome. You see the tongue kind of flick back up, like over the top of the head, licks the eyeballs,
Ew.
kind of cleaning them. Kind of leans forward, gives the stone one more lick. And then it looks out to the red light, and you see it begin walking out of the shack into the distance. And before long, you hear the sound of swoosh as this thing hits the water. And before long,
We hear
The
the
marsh around you is quiet again.
gurgling of its death.
Things that should not have worked.
All right. Should probably keep watch if a Lord is going to sleep outside of the tent.
I will come inside.
I can
Can
lower
we
the
just,
temperature,
make
Lauren. You
it-
just have to ask.
Can we just lower it a little bit?
How about like 69?
Hey. Couldn't think of a better
I'm sleeping
name
outside the bubble.
myself. Barnaby, there's no 69 occurring. It's just a number. Do you even know what that
Jason
is?
do it.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, well, I'm going back to bed.
Alright, fair enough. So who's on watch?
I guess me. Ain't sleeping in no 69 and bubble.
Fair enough.
Oh my god. We'll do it.
60,
70 or
70,
68?
It's 70, okay, Barnaby? You're in the bubble.
Okay, it's 70, Barnaby. Get your ass back in here. Calm down.
Alright, Barnaby, give me a perception check.
You can feel Barnaby squinting through the visor. All right. That is a 14 for perception.
14. Okay. Despite the very early arrival of one of the local denizens of the swamp on your rest, the bulk of your watch passes without incident. There comes a point about halfway through where you hear something kind of burble in the water. This and at first it's like, oh shit, it's back. Pop the gun. And then you just get like this horrible pungent whiff of just rancid, rotten, sulfurous gas.
Oh, yep, I'm back to swamp waters. That's all right.
Yep.
Yep.
And the remainder of your watch passes without further incident.
I want to find a big stick.
Big stick.
Yes.
Sure, there's a big tree right next to you.
All right. I'm going to get it, and I'm going to start whittling.
Okay. Fair enough. So, Barnaby whittles. Deeren has watch. It passes. Who's taking next?
I can take the next one.
Alright. Perception check.
Do I even need to?
Yes.
Okay, it's a 14 plus whatever buku added in 10. So 24.
20 what?
24.
24. Okay. About half an hour into your watch, you hear something in the distance. It's echoey and hard to make out exactly. But it sounds like a very, very distant scream. And then a couple more follow it.
Is it in the direction of the red light?
As you sort of hone in on the source, it does seem to be coming in from that direction. You hear these
wow.
screams sort of echo for a few minutes before they sort of begin to dim, sort of taper. And like you're straining to hear, and it sounds like the voices might be lowering, they might be carrying still, and then it's too quiet for you to make out much more.
No, well, how would you feel if you actually just let a village go slaughtered?
They
Should I keep it to myself? Should I tell you?
built their village in a bad spot.
Okay.
And then we find all of Barnaby's family is dead.
You killed them before you even met them. But no, the rest of your watch will pass without incident. At this point, Lauren, I think the sun probably would have risen about halfway through your watch. So it's morning light right now overhead. There's no longer any sign of that distant red light. The stars have faded, and the sun clearly starting to cross the horizon, but still hasn't really broken through the trees or over the treetops yet. So you're still sort of in shadow, but the sky itself is brightened significantly. Well, much better visibility than you had last night. But you do have a few more hours before you guys are sort of caught up on your sleep. So who's taking the last watch?
I mean, I've gotten 6 hours of sleep at this point, and there's sunlight, so I can do it.
Okay. Give me a perception.
That's a 20 total.
20. All right. With a 20, you stand vigil and are reasonably confident in your party's safety as nothing transpires over the course of your watch.
I lower the dome's temperature back down to 69.
You're asleep, shush.
He senses it. He rolls out.
It got colder by one exact degree.
That's some good passive perception.
It's only good on that number.
Sure. So, after another 2 hours, the dome will dissipate. Your long rest will have concluded, and the day is yours.
All right, well, wakey, everybody.
Is there Bakey?
Unfortunately,
Nope.
no. Oh,
But before we get too far into it, I'm gonna activate it, DM.
You're gonna activate it. Okay.
I'm gonna turn it on.
Okay.
The thing I've been whittling. I'm gonna plug into its back end because it's the last part of it.
Again, that's
Okay.
kinky, Barnaby.
So, I am given to understand through conversation with our lovely swamp man that over the past month or two, he has been at work on something, starting on Montalban, as I understand. And during these 2 months, he's been very secretive about it.
Say the least.
But I think you have, on occasion, caught him hard at work on something concerning this large cut of dogwood he procured on Montalban. And when you would wake this morning, I think that with Barnaby having finished his whittling on this final piece, plugging it in, he would have unveiled from his bag of holding, presumably,
Yes.
his finished creation.
So what you're gonna see standing before you is a majestic tree hound. It's basically like a bloodhound, but it's carved out of wood.
Okay.
Cool.
And it is given life through my artificer ability. So it's a little homunculus. So I got a dog.
Well, that's cool.
Cute.
Does it move?
Of course.
Barks.
Yeah. Speaking of, that's his name.
Orcs.
Bark.
Bark?
Name's Bark.
Yeah.
Oh, Barnaby.
Are you surprised? I mean, really?
No, I'm not. I'm really not.
I got him. The reason why I got the Cornelian family tree is that dogwood, you know.
Makes sense.
Of course.
And the red gem, the little heart was howlite. So figured get all the things related to a dog, and you get a dog out of it.
Or
Oh.
howl.
What's his? Is his name
Dog
Barks
wood?
or Bark?
Bark.
Okay, that's cute.
Oh, and he can fly too. He's got little rocket pads.
They just light up.
It's very loud.
Well, dogs ain't exactly quiet.
I don't think it knows what it's doing. It seems to be panicking.
Oh, he's fine.
Are you sure?
I'm
And
panicking.
I got
I'm
a.
gonna pet the dog.
He's hard. He's made out of wood.
Is it a smooth dog? Is he sanded or is he rough?
How
He's sanded. He
How
is.
tall is this dog at the shoulder?
He's a small boy. He's about I think like
Oh no, I heard it.
Thank you.
I think he's like three feet, or not 3 feet. He's 30 foot tall, or 30 inches. Gosh darn it,
That's a
30
big
inches
dog.
tall.
Not 3 feet. 30
I was
feet.
gonna say 30 foot. How'd you shave
Taller
that?
than the shack.
He's compactable.
How did you
made
conceal
Clifford.
this from us?
Also, how does
Big
he
redwood
like?
dog?
How does he move? Like, is it animated wood, or does he have like joints and robo?
He's got joints. He's like a puppet, I guess. Is the best
Okay.
term. And I'm posting in cross chatter the closest approximation I can make in him forward. He's covered in soot. Don't mind him.
That's just a dog.
Yep.
He'll-
Okay.
He's not made out of wood. He's a fake.
I will put my
He is
hand.
made out of wood.
Can he like smell? I put my hand up to Bark's nose. Just like let him smell my hand a little bit. If he can smell, I don't know what senses he has.
Pretty sure they can. Let me look. They're basic. I mean, the thing I used was the homunculus servant. Let's see.
I mean, it has a passive perception of 10.
Yeah.
You feel like air moving over your hands, and this sort of faint kind of whistling noise when he takes a breath
Okay.
as air moves over a small wooden pole.
Can I pet him?
I mean, that's what dogs are for, aren't they?
I will try to pet Bark.
Ooh.
Just like rubbing a wooden sculpture.
Basically.
Do you get splinters?
Does it drool sap?
I tossed him, thank you.
Stop
Give him
shouting.
a nice mahogany veneer.
Well, it's very cute.
Like I
Does
feel
he
like
flex?
Burberry like leans away from it slightly. Like it is excellent craftsmanship.
Ooh.
And that's what I was whittling on last night. I had to get a tail. I broke the tail off when I was working on it earlier.
So that was the last piece of the puzzle.
Yep.
Lord,
Figured
the
I'd
last-
also get some wood from the homeland now.
the last piece of the muzzle.
Oh.
I would say I'm sorry, but we all know that I'd be lying.
Does it fetch?
Here's a dog.
John picks up a stick and just chucks it.
How far
You
does
hear-
John chuck?
I mean, it's a light chuck.
Okay.
It's on your hand.
You hear it like splash in the water a little bit, away from the shack, and you watch as Bark trots out towards the water, begins swimming, retrieves the stick, floating beautifully as a buoyant wooden dog would, steps back onto land, gives a shake, which
Oh, good boy.
a little less than shaking fur would do, and then walks back to John and drops the stick.
Good boy.
Ooh. He very quickly lays down, crosses his paws, and puts his big flabby face down on top of them.
Does he eat?
Eat bones if you want. Doesn't need to,
I
though.
don't have any of those on hand.
I mean, he'll chew on a stick, too, if you give him one.
I can see
Is
that.
that cannibalism?
Only if it's dogwood.
Well, that's very cool, Barnaby.
Thank you.
That is a nice little addition to the group.
Oh no, were you trying to replace Poopsie?
Nobody can replace Poopsie.
I tried to make what Poopsie should be.
I'm a great poopsie, thank you very much.
No comment.
Hurtful Barnaby.
So,
Well,
Barnaby,
I said no comment.
do we have any lead or any? Do you have any ideas about where we might start looking?
Well, if I remember my bearings, I want to say this thing was closer to the mountains than where we currently are.
Okay.
So that's probably going to be a good first bet.
Okay. Well, where are the mountains relative to us?
Bark, point us toward the mountains.
Ooh.
I'm going to have them fly up above the forest and look.
All right.
Saves on my rocket fuel. Although I
So-
guess I am giving him rocket fuel. I don't know.
So you
He doesn't
you
burn as much.
see Bart stand up. You see his feet ignite, and the thrusters carry him up through the roof into the air, where you see him start to kind of spin around. And after a moment, without a perception check, I mean, he can see. He will orient himself, pointing in a direction that you, Barney, would note as sort of northeast, and he would pivot again and point southeast. Oh!
All right.
Come back down and land.
I guess there's two.
I
Man,
didn't realize we had Jimmy Neutron in our party.
Come on, Goddard. Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna get the whole game.
Oh no, he's back.
Okay, so there's two mountains, or two mountain ranges. Any idea which one you might have been closer to?
With my memory, would I be able to discern that?
Yes, Barney. I think you would probably remember very distinctly the years you spent trying to track this creature down. Progressively taking longer and longer trips out from home in hopes of finding it. Based on that quick assessment by your dog, and also you sort of step out and kind of look around at the marsh now that you actually have daylight to see. And you can see for yourself that relatively close at hand in a northeasterly direction, you can see over the treetop that there is what looks to be a range of either high hills or low rising mountains, not too terribly far off from your current position. You figure you're probably somewhere along the eastern bank of Lake Hinola, which is the freshwater lake around which your family and all of your neighbors sort of have their homesteads and their ranges. You tracked this creature over those northeastern mountains to an area called the Brine Hole Bog, which surrounds a saltwater lake to the north, and sort of followed this creature's trail around the lake in a roughly southeasterly direction, where you began to find yourself on much drier, much higher ground before you found yourself lost and wandering in the Feywild.
Okay.
Southeast.
Yep. Sounds like it.
Okay. Well, everybody ready to move?
I suppose. Dibs on top.
Yep.
Fine.
Oh no, you cannot ride on Bark. He's too small for that.
Oh, I have a coracle. I don't need a dog.
Alright, good.
What's a coracle again?
It's a very small boat.
It's the thing you're
All
carrying.
right.
John. It's your turtle shell.
I remember now.
Okay. Southeast we go.
Okay. Southeast.
Wait, he's too small to carry me, but maybe he could sled me.
I don't know, he's small.
I know.
He ain't that strong.
He could probably sled half of me, but not all of me.
Shiny, do you see your cat right now?
Sitting in the box.
Yeah, trying to get comfortable in the computer box.
Yes, I do see.
Jesus. So heading southeast then. Are you planning to cross the hills, or are you more just going to stay on this side of the hills and head southeast?
I think we'll stay on this side of hills and head southeast. My thought.
Fair enough.
Hey Barnaby, where does your family live?
Round here.
Where? Like what direction?
If I told you, are you going to try and sneak off and go find them?
Inside check.
Inside.
No.
I may have a -1, but I still think that's sus as fuck.
What's my deception? +2? Oh, so I got a 12.
I got an 11. 12 -1.
14.
Dirty 20.
Lauren wouldn't lie to you, Barnaby.
Yeah.
Would she? You hope not.
Such a shame. Oh, yeah, no, she's totally telling the truth.
She's gonna shoot Burberry a look.
But I earned my spot today.
I'm trying to avoid them, but they are off in that direction, and I'm going to point.
Is that the way we're heading?
No.
Is that a lie?
That is not a lie.
Okay. You win this one.
I'd like to avoid them if I could.
Fine.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Not doesn't sound like your mother is someone who you want to engage with, which I understand. All right, lead the way. I do have a compass. I don't know if it helps, but if anyone needs it. If not, I'll just keep it out. Keep an eye on things.
Sure. Okay. Well, Barnaby, I guess, taking a heading southeast. What is your plan here?
I guess my plan is pretty much pick up where I left off before, but now with more people, so try and go to the mountains, and then, now it can fly, so I guess we can survey it from there.
Okay, sure.
See if we can't see any openings, any caverns, anything like that.
Okay. Well, I guess just heading off southeast. For the first portion of your day, I think you guys are trekking primarily through pretty sodden marshland. Sort of having to wind and weave your way around these pools of standing water, or lacking a suitably dry path, make do with the shallowest path you can find through the marsh waters here. As you're going, Lauren and Noel, with your passive perceptions, I do think you would pretty quickly pick up that despite the stillness of the marsh, there's definitely a lot of animal life out here. And I think the thing that catches your eyes most prominently are these constantly sort of recurring long, kind of rough shapes, sort of sit half buried in the mud and the silt here. And on every one of them, there are these sort of two bumpy protrusions towards one end. They have a sort of a similar, slightly similar sort of protuberance to the eye stalk of the creature that you saw last night. I think it dawns on both of you that all throughout this marsh, you guys are sort of having to wind your ways around these still hibernating crocodilian shapes that sort of submerge themselves in the muck here to wait out the winter.
Can I try to ride one?
You want to go ride a crocodile?
Yeah. Hey, Barnaby, is that on your to-do list? Ride a crocodile?
Let me check.
Because if it's not, it should be.
Nope, just alligators. Rocks don't count. That's what it says in the list.
They're basically the same thing.
Sure
Well,
don't
it's gonna be
taste the
practice
same.
Okay, this could be practice for the alligator.
Mm. There is a good point.
Oh, Lauren, could you roll a nature check for me?
Okay.
I absolutely adore the fact that you won't sleep in a tent that's 69 degrees, but then you go off and ride a crocodile for funsies.
It is a 15 plus 1, so
Okay.
16.
For whatever it's worth, to the woman who wants
crocodiles or
to ride a crocodile, I think you would probably recall at some point in your druidic training that disrupting an animal's hibernation cycle is not usually the healthiest thing for it.
Oh, it's hibernating right now?
I think with the 16 you could probably put together that these things are all like completely still, eyes closed, like half buried in the muck.
Oh. Alright, Barnaby, I changed.
They definitely look like they might be hibernating.
I think they're hibernating. We shouldn't mess with them. But when they're awake again, we should do this.
Also, you probably shouldn't mess with them because they're crocodiles.
Nah. Oh, I'm gonna just fuck with Althar. Hey, I'm gonna message him. Hey, Althar, I'm about to go ride a crocodile. Wish me luck. That's my sending to him.
Can't you just turn into one? Why do you have to ride one? You know what? Knock yourself out. Have fun.
Aw, see, look, he's way less phased by Lauren's shit.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
He said, good luck. Don't die, basically. Why can't you just turn into one?
Because then you don't have the... Nope.
No, if she turned into one, then she could ride it in a different meeting.
You get a disgusted look from Lauren. Ew, that's gross. That's called bestiality, good sir. And we don't do that here.
If you're a beast already, does it still count as bestiality?
I would assume it would. In my definition, yes.
Laura's just getting flashbacks to her times in Warden's training camp that like all of the druids are arguing about this in their bunks at night.
Ongoing debate.
They probably were.
Listen, if I'm a donkey and Dad's a donkey, we're both donkeys. It doesn't matter. Bro, that's gross. You can't be doing that shit. Stop. Totally different. Anyway.
Assuming we don't disrupt the hibernation.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the party could roll, we'll say, a group survival check.
Okay.
As you're kind of hiking through alligator country.
Do I need to roll
18.
another one for that?
Yes.
Okay, it's a 6.
Ooh.
Surprisingly good. 22.
Okay.
Dirty 20?
14
Okay.
for John.
Okay.
18.
Despite Aloran's enthusiasm and getting very close to a crocodile before realizing, oh, wait, they might be hibernating. I shouldn't do this. The rest of you have the good sense to keep a wide berth from these creatures and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of them up ahead. And thankfully, you do not awaken any crocodiles as you cross this marshy landscape. Before long, I will say, as noon begins to approach, you guys begin finding yourself on progressively drier and drier ground, sort of stepping up out of the marsh onto more solid terrain. Still surrounded by trees on all sides, although you are now beginning to find more sort of coniferous pines, firs, and the like interspersed in these forests than you were down in the marshes. And just as in the marshes, given that it is sort of cold and somewhat icy out, you're not seeing a lot in the way of movement or wildlife. There's patchy snow on the ground at the base of many of the trees. And deep shadows, still some sort of traces of ice and petals that had yet to evaporate and are frozen overnight. But by and large, this trek continues to go fairly smoothly until about an hour after stepping out of the marshes, you begin to hear, first Noel and Aloran, and then the rest of the party, this very distant voice, not gravelly, but kind of high at the same time, sort of half humming, half singing from somewhere up ahead.
I'll stop. Does anyone else hear that?
Singing. I want to sing. Maybe it's a party. No, well, you can join them.
Does it sound like a party?
It sounds like one lone voice somewhere up ahead, maybe 100 feet or so.
And we're in pretty thick trees right now.
Yeah, pretty thick trees. Relatively uneven ground. It's not super choppy, but it's definitely, there's kind of ups and downs to the landscape here. So, it's hard to see what's at eye level necessarily when you're in the dell, 100 feet ahead, because there's probably a rise coming up. So, can't say for sure what it is at this moment. Beyond, sounds roughly feminine.
No one's gonna I'm gonna take. I don't know. Can I find a rock?
Sure.
I'm just gonna take a rock and I'm just gonna huck it as far as I can off to our left. Just make a noise, basically, away from us. See what happens.
Okay. So, take a rock, throw it, and you hear it clatter to the ground. Hits the tree, you know, kind of tumbles in the dirt.
And listen.
And you hear the singing stop. And it stays quiet.
Okay. Should we maybe send Bark to go investigate?
I can also do pass without a trace.
That's true. This I don't know if this is hostile or not. Could be useful to have some information if it's a person. Barnaby, would you like to send Bark, or should we do something else?
I do suppose he'd be immune to most of that. Yeah, sure. Go take a look, Bart.
Don't have to send him too far. Just see what he sees.
Exactly. See what you see. Come back.
Are you going to have Bark go stealthily, or is he just going to kind of trot forward and see what happens?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, no stealth. So, Bark
I gave you
will...
two options and you just said yes, David.
I was going for the second one.
Yes. One or two, yes. So Bark will trot forward, tail kind of spry up in the air, and you will see him sort of climb the next rise and sort of disappear over it into the dell beyond. And maybe 20, 30 seconds,
Mm-hmm.
you hear the female voice again. And still distant, you can very clearly make out the note of relief. Oh, here I thought I was about to be got going. Oh, look at you, boy. Where'd you come from here? Now that you're getting actual verbiage, Barney, this sounds very much like a hobgoblin from these parts.
I'm concerned, but I'm going to trot forward.
Now, where in the world did you come from?
I'll start following Barnaby now that things seem disarmed.
Okay.
Oh, that's just Bark. Don't mind him.
Oh, you brought friends. And as you sort of climb the rise and begin to descend, you sort of round this sort of protruding rock face, kind of break out of the trees, and you find there is this small sort of dell in the forest, this relatively open little clearing where this hobgoblin woman, a good foot and a half shorter than you, Barnaby, though still pretty broad set, and clothed in pretty worn, tattered travel wear, with a heavy pack and a large satchel in her hands. Is sort of standing in the midst of this small field of mushrooms. She's actually got one large sort of golden ear in her hand right now that she is sort of slowly putting into her pack as she's stepping up towards Bark, and catches sight of your group and immediately holds out a hand and says, "Oh there, hello. Strange meeting folks out here so heavily armed. What brings you to these parts?"
I'm just going to flip up my visor. You just kind of have to be around here. Could ask the same thing for yourself, not having anything.
God, you scared me, boy. She puts a hand over her heart. Before she starts kind of squinting at you. You got a familiar face on you. Do I know you?
Trying to remember. Damn, does this person look older or younger than me?
She looks older than you, and I will say, while her name does not immediately come to your mind, her face does register. She's definitely not family of yours,
Hmm.
but you know you've seen her in the area. She's definitely a local. And she's sort of like waving a finger in the air, like counting to herself. She's like, "You're Otis clan, ain't you?"
Yep.
Yeah. You know, I had a feeling. Yeah, I haven't seen many of your folk around these parts lately. Well, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Marcelit Sure. As you will. She will hold out a hand to shake.
I'll shake it back. Barnaby Ray Otis III. A pleasure.
You see her kind of squint again. Barnaby. Which one were you again?
I was the one that ran away.
Well, there's been a couple of you, the way I heard it. Was it the... Were you the one that ran out north? Or were you the one that got lost in the woods?
Got lost in the woods.
I thought that was you. But you got found again, didn't you?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well,
Get a word.
glad to see you got that little problem taken care of. And who are your... She very quickly kind of takes in the rest of your party, starting most immediately with John, who she kind of shrinks back away from, and then catches sight of Noel. Doesn't seem terribly phased. Aloran, intrigued, and Burberry again intrigued. What is happening there?
Oh,
She
well, this is John. He's Barnaby's boyfriend.
What?
Oi,
no.
oi.
Where
What the hell are you talking about?
This is
a
Burberry.
boyfriend, you say?
This is Burberry. They like to lie. I'm Noel, and this is Lauren next to me.
Only when it's comedic.
Well,
Yeah, that one got a funny tongue.
She says this as she definitely seems a little bit more reserved, sort of realizing exactly, kind of the company she's in. And she turns back to Barnaby and she says, "You certainly seem to have made your way out and about, collecting this little posse of yours."
Oh, we're a posse. That's so sweet.
Yeah, we've.
Might I ask what brings you back to the wood?
Personal matter. You see, the reason I was hunting in them woods that I got lost in is I'm hunting for a beast. Took out Paw.
You know, Barnaby Ray Otis II.
Now that he was Timmy.
Why are you hurt?
I remember hearing about Timmy. That was unfortunate news. I recall your family did not take his loss terribly well. I am sorry to hear.
They
I
didn't
suppose
give
the
a
beast
rat's
hunt did
butt.
not. Well, in their own ways. She kind of wobbles her head a little bit. Can't say I was ever terribly close with you or your kin, but word gets around. She kind of gives you kind of a sideways look. She says, "You don't entirely remember who I am, do you?"
remember the face, but for the life of me, the name has been lost to me.
It's not surprising either. Your family definitely kept their distance from Kenwater. It's the wise woman in town, you could say. Dabbling a bit of medicine, a bit of horticulture, after a kind. If you catch my meaning.
Maybe.
Well, listen, and she kind of scanned the group. It's like, you certainly look like a capable little posse. Maybe we could help one another. Say you were looking for a beast.
Yeah. Specifically, it's called a camera.
A chimera.
That's what I say.
A camera.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I'm familiar with the notion. That's dangerous quarry you're after.
Well, better be to be able to take out Bimmy and Timmy. Oh wait, no, Bimmy got to get bit by the croc. That's right.
She's kind of nodding along. Well, as I said, I might be able to render some assistance in this matter if you're in the market for it. I won't lie, I certainly could use some assistance myself, hence why I'm asking. But
Okay.
If you're willing to help, I'm willing to help.
What kind of help
What
could
you
you
need?
give us?
well, as I say, I am a wise woman in these parts. I dabble in a number of arts, and I have friends in the area that others have chosen to avoid, but they might know something about this creature you're after.
And what would you have us do?
Well, nothing too terrible. As you can see, she holds up the bag. I am a collector of certain materials from out here in the woods. And I had planned to make a go of some more difficult to procure goods in the coming days. But if you lot are up to it, you could save me the trip. Just really need a basketful at most. If you're willing.
Was
Say,
that full of those mushrooms?
No, silly. I can pick these well enough myself. Clearly, no. It's a weed, sort of a freshwater sort of seaweed, you might say.
I'm sorry. Do you have any of it on you that we could look at to compare it to?
Oh, where am I, man? She will very quickly kind of gesture in the air, and you'll hear this low intonation of an incantation, and this sort of threads of blue light sort of congeal over her hand, and you see this rendering kind of floating in the air of a sort of bright red, grassy sort of plant with this thick, bulbous root underneath it. It has sort of a deep, ruddy brown color.
What exactly is this?
Well, locals call it bloodweed.
What is it used for?
Work, to put it lightly. It's not the easiest reagent to get a hold of, but it's quite useful in a number of things.
Start giving me a list, please.
I mean,
I'm curious. You don't have to be shy, I promise.
potions,
What else?
tinctures. I've wrought a few charms with the stuff myself just to see how it might work. I think it's got a lot of promise in that field as well. I don't want to bore you too much with the details of it. I'm sure you lot have a lot to do, but as I say, a basketful of the stuff would certainly save me a lot of time and energy. It's not the easiest thing to grab a hold of. Grows underwater. See.
And it's something that can be found around this area, or
Yes, well, at the bottom of the lake around here, Lake Hinola. And she's kind of glancing at Aloran for obvious reasons, I think, at this point.
Wait, why is she glancing at
the
me?
bottom of the
As-
lake.
You're right. You can do lake stuff.
Oh, I need to go swimming.
Not to assume, ma'am. I just, she kind of gestures at her hair, like in a kind of a fin-like motion.
I do like getting wet.
Oh my.
She'll talk.
Just try and ignore that one.
I'm a delightful person, Barnaby. Thank you very much.
He doesn't have the manners of a southerner.
I have manners.
He just chooses
Like I
not
said.
to use them.
Yeah, most of the time I don't use them, but if I ever need to, I could. I just
I'll
like to see
believe it when I
people's
see it.
reactions. It's fun.
Is this usually
Anyways.
a pretty easy task getting these blood roots?
No, it's something of a nuisance, to say the least, trying to do it alone. But as I say, between the five of you, seem heavily armed and quite capable. I wouldn't expect it to be nearly as trepidatious.
So by nuisance, do you
From
mean
Milan.
like it's hard because they're hard to grip, or it's hard because there's a giant monster in the lake?
There is a very poor attempt to sort of like maintain that easy grin, Noelle, you definitely see it kind of falter for a moment. What she's like, well, not giant, but there are definitely some dangerous critters.
Does it have like tentacles coming out of its its sides and big jaw? Likes to lick things.
I've never really gotten a good hard look at the thing. I assume the frog behemoth that you refer to is, I'm sure, somewhere down there. But there are a number of things that make themselves at home down below. And, even in the winter, it's not exactly a quiet little lake deep down. Definitely have to pick your moment when you're all by your lonesome, try and make the dive.
I'll be fine.
And just to be clear, you are giving us what for this? Help? Just aid in general?
Well, as I said, I have I have a friend. She looks very pointedly at Barnaby. I'm sure you still remember the old Hinola hermit. And Barnaby, you would recall this name from your childhood. It was among the many things that your clan refused to engage with out here in the marshes. The hermit was a loner that lived in the hills that sort of separated the Hinola Lake from the Brine Hole Bog to the north. And beyond that, you and your family really didn't have any more interest or context than that. But Marcelly continues. She's been a good friend to me for a long time. I'm sure from her vantage point up high, she sees and hears all manner of things. I have every confidence she'd be able to help you track this beast down. Maybe keep you from getting lost this time.
Barnaby just kind of turns his head at a moment. Shoot, that are you still ticking? Oh yeah, I would like to not lose another 5 years again. That would be nice.
Has it been that long?
Time flies in the bog.
Well, I think I've laid bare as much as I can. What say you and your friends?
I mean,
I got nothing against it.
we are kind of only going off a direction right now. More information would be useful. I'm not super comfortable leaving Lauren to do this by herself.
Throw in some gumbo in return for money, and I'd call it good.
You guys do remember that John can breathe underwater too, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Me and John can go.
I do know.
No, we did not remember John.
We don't do a lot of swimming. Okay.
It's okay. It's never relevant.
Well, now's the time.
Look, I'm trying, okay?
We got water coming in. Okay, yeah. I mean, if Barnaby's on board and Lauren and John are fine to lead the
I actually
expedition.
don't like swimming.
I'm
or
actually
being wet.
I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
gonna throw this out there. Technically, we can all do water stuff.
I can swim. I just have trouble breathing.
You can
I
borrow my ring of swimming.
I have the breathe underwater one, so
Both Noelle and I have a form of breathing underwater.
I could cast it on Barnaby.
At least I think that's the way that the ring of the necklace of
I
adaptation
am
works.
looking at it.
Because it does say breathe normally in any environment.
That's true.
I assume that means you can breathe underwater, yeah.
I technically have to unattune from something of mine, but well, it would slow us down by an hour, but I could attune to that as well. But if a Lauren has that spell, that also just literally takes care of everybody who needs it
It's true.
Yeah.
for an entire day. Yeah, if a Lauren's willing to use that spell slot, it sounds like we're agreeing to your terms.
With gumbo. The gumbo is very important.
Am I providing gumbo? Is that?
I will pay you for the gumbo. I would just very much like some.
Do you make?
What about Barnaby's gumbo?
We have a
Barnaby
great
makes
gumbo chef.
Oh no! I love Barnaby's gumbo, but I am curious about if it's. How to say this? I'm curious if it's Barnaby's gumbo specifically, or if it's this area's gumbo.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in the shared dinner to celebrate your success.
And again, reiterating, I will pay you for the gumbo. I'm just warning you now that I would like it.
Warning received. Well, it sounds as though we have an accord, so that's great to hear. I look forward to hearing back about your success. Now, I will warn you, I will not be here for much longer. I was planning to head back to Kinwater in short order here. So, I would say if you can retrieve this the blowy for me, and we can just reconvene back in town. I think that would suit everyone just fine.
Which way
Sounds like a plan to me.
Which way's the town from here?
She will sort of take a moment, kind of glance at the sky, and then point, sort of roughly northwest. the opposite direction that you have been walking.
Is it a long walk from here?
Oh, no, not terribly. I mean, if I wrap up here, I'd probably be back before dark.
Isn't it like early morning?
It's like noon.
Okay. And actually, a better question is, how long is the walk from this lake to the town? Same?
Well, Kinwater's on the shore, so not too terribly far from the lake. It's right there.
Oh, okay.
Sure. It's just you'll probably need to get out, a decent ways into the water before it'll be deep enough for you to find this. But I usually end up borrowing a barge, but if a lot of you can swim well enough, I think you might not need one, unless you want one. Up to you, really.
Couldn't hurt to have one. Well, we can work out the details when we get there.
Sure. Well, I am happy to have made your acquaintance. I will not lie. I've still got a bit of work to do around here, wrapping up, but I'll be back heading that direction in short order, as I say. So, if I don't see you before tonight, best of luck, and I look forward to your imminent success.
Take me to the water. I'm ready.
I guess we'll head toward the lake.
All right. Given your current trajectory, the lake is probably not too terribly far away, just kind of heading back, probably more of a westerly direction than the northwest. Kind of clambering down through sort of the forest that you've been making your way southeast through. And within the hour, you will find yourself sort of emerging from the eaves of the forest back into sort of marshy flatlands. And you can kind of see out ahead, as the forest thins out, you can see there are large twisting barren trees kind of protruding up out of the water. And past them, there's this wide expanse of shimmering gray beneath the sky. And very, very distantly, miles and miles away, you can make out the faraway, kind of dark, faded shores of the far bank. Looks to be a pretty big, pretty wide lake. For the time being, quiet.
One of these days, we're going to go to Close Bank.
All right, so to be clear, sorry, we can see the lake in the distance, or we are arriving at the lake?
You're sort of in like kind of the marshy shallows at the edge of the lake.
Okay, so I misunderstood. Yeah, okay, we're there. So,
not too far ahead. The trees stop, and it's just water.
Gotcha.
All right.
Is there a barge? Look around.
Give me a reception check.
Bad roll. 12.
Looking around, you do not see a barge anywhere nearby.
All right.
Does not seem to be any sort of structures in your immediate vicinity.
Well, you
What
guys don't
about
wanna go
with the
swimming. I
19?
think me and John probably handle this.
With a 19. Shush.
I hear a cat in the
Burberry,
distance.
yeah. Burberry, I think you kind of like trudge forward or paddle forward on your little.
The baby barge.
Yeah. Kind of give yourself a good, open vantage, kind of like peek around, and I think not too far away, just outside, the last sort of tree line here, kind of tied to a low hanging branch. You see that there is what looks to be a fairly small rowboat with a long sort of push paddle stick propped up next to it, kind of resting in the shallows next to this tree.
I think barge was a bit of an overstatement, but there is a boat over there.
It's better than nothing. I'll start heading over that way.
Oh, Phoebe.
Let's get on over.
Okay.
I'll just paddle around in my baby boat to give
do I see
extra
any-
room on the barge.
That's probably a good idea. Do I see any signs of ownership of this thing, or is it pretty decrepit?
No, so this boat actually looks like it's in very functional shape. You would see as you approach this rowboat that there appears to be a couple of satchels kind of tucked under the row bench and pulling them out. One of them feels like it's full of mushrooms. The other one feels like it has an apple and maybe a sandwich inside.
Okay, so someone very recent. Is the sandwich fresh?
You pull it out.
Sure, I'll open the bag right now.
The sandwich
Okay,
says,
okay,
"Put me back." No.
The bag explodes. It's not yours. You,
Lightning bolt shooting.
you pull. Yeah, you pull out the sandwich. It definitely looks like a fresh sandwich. It's wrapped up in these like really like thick oiled leaves, and it's like a big stack of preserved mushrooms. Got some tomato on it.
I don't need to mess with this guy's lunch.
Okay.
It's okay. So this is someone's boat. I feel we probably shouldn't steal it. They could be like literally around here. This is a fresh sandwich.
We are getting close to family territory, though. I know that.
Yeah, Barnaby, I do think you knowing sort of where you are pretty well, you would be able to glance in sort of a northern, northwestern direction along the shore, and you would definitely see, you know, maybe like a 5-hour walk away, potentially less if you take a boat. Along the shore, there does appear to be a town. You can very distantly kind of make out the shapes of the buildings and the pier. See the tiny little kind of smoke stacks kind of filtering up past the treetops and into the sky. You've got a decent sense of where you are relative to Kinwater, and you also know exactly where the old homestead is relative to Kinwater. And it's not too far beyond that.
Alright, well, let's not immediately piss anyone off. Could we do water breathing from Aloran then? Is that the plan?
We'll stay on the boat.
Well, no harm in
There's
having
gonna
it
take this
cast
little-
on you.
Oh no, I just meant as a general.
Fair. So Burberry's staying in his caracal on the surface.
Okay.
Got it. Everyone else will be taking a bit of water breathing from Aloran.
Yep.
Okay. So it's a third level slot, I think. And you can all breathe underwater as though it were air for the next day.
Handy dandy.
But we don't suffocate. This is very important to me.
You do not.
We can breathe air still.
You can still breathe air. You
Okay.
gain the ability to breathe in water.
Just flashbacks.
So, I mean, Aloran and John definitely leading the charge here, but because that woman said that we might run into more of those big monsters, I feel like we should try and be as close as possible to the action, just in case.
I'll tie a rope to one of y'all and drag you with me as I swim.
That sounds really fun.
I have a swim speed actually.
I do too.
I don't think I do.
I think Noel's the only one that doesn't.
I'm getting on the rope.
Come here, Noelle. She's gonna tie a rope around you. Let's go.
All right.
You can hold on to Bark at the surface. He's a good flotation device.
I swim the same speed that I walk.
Bark
so.
does not sink.
Yep, he
Bark
does
is
not.
just bobbing in
Bark
the
will
water
be our
next to
emergency
Bark.
flotation device.
There you go.
But yeah, I guess I'll be tethered to a Lauren for this.
Okay.
That's gonna. I'm
how
gonna
much-
slow you down, but
How much slack do you want to learn between you and
Why don't since I'm staying in my boat anyway? I don't think you can just use my ring of swimming. It doesn't require attunement.
oh. Wait, so you're not coming down into the lake?
How deep is the lake?
That's a good question.
You did not ask.
That's what I'm asking now.
We don't
Well, from the surface, it looks like a lake.
All right,
and
I
it-
take this thing. I'm gonna tie a rock to my piece of rope and just let it go until the rock hits the bottom.
Okay, you guys are still on the shore of the lake, so you do that, and it will fall maybe like,
Here, guys,
A
I got
couple of
this. Lauren's just gonna start swimming. I'll tell you how deep it is.
so Lauren's just going to go swim out into the lake.
Lauren, I'm still tethered to you.
I'll follow Lauren in my. I'll follow
All right,
Lauren
mission started.
Don't worry.
in the-
Cool. So, Lauren just fucking starts hauling ass out into the lake. Noelle's just getting dragged along behind her. Lauren dives, and Noelle's down with her. John and Barnaby following, and
Yep.
Burberry rowing after them out onto the water. So it is,
I'll take
yeah,
her.
with the dog beside you. So it is 9 o'clock here. So this is our halfway point on my clock. So I think this is a good spot for us to take a break, and I can figure out what the fuck is happening next, and then we can reconvene in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh,
Session break. Stream is back.
Alrighty. So, you guys have accepted the quest of the mysterious Miss. What was her name again? Marcelly.
Marcelite.
Wise. Marcelite, yeah. Wise woman of the woods. She has tasked you with acquiring a plant that grows on the bottom of Lake Hinola called the bloodweed. And she needs a basketful. And y'all swim in it. That sums it up, right?
Yep.
So you do it, quest is over, good job. Great adventure. So, Lauren took off with Noelle in tow, swimming out into the lake and then diving underwater.
I have been informed that my swim speed is now 40 feet thanks to the ring of swimming Burberry lent me.
John will join them.
So I can actually keep pretty good pace.
You're actually faster than Lauren.
You are.
Underwater.
Just the rope is slack.
Yeah, just kind of hanging between us.
You're like, oh wait, I can swim. What's happening?
Useful ring. All right, we can't really talk.
Yeah, it's all bubbles.
Well, Lauren can talk. You probably should be able to hear Lauren, right?
And I think Lauren, you're probably accustomed to communicating underwater. Maybe not as familiar practice for everyone else with, lungs, mouths.
Hey guys, look over there. And you're
Oh wait, wouldn't Lauren be the only one that could actually talk properly?
I mean,
Because otherwise,
arguably.
I'd hope so. Because otherwise, it'd be really weird for a bunch of Tritons to live underwater and not be able to talk to each other.
Yeah, I would assume Lauren is accustomed to the how you do this normally. I think it probably there's a learning curve.
We'll
for
figure
the
it out.
party. Yeah,
Eventually.
it comes to you over time. But yeah,
All right,
you guys are
I'm back.
diving.
Great.
Welcome back. Oh shit, we started with that, David.
Well, nothing's happened.
David, you're diving.
What a surprise.
Dave the
yeah.
diver.
Yeah, Dave the diver. So yeah, the four aquatically gifted members of the party are currently in the process of swimming out and diving deeper into the lake. Burberry, is attempting
Paddling
to follow.
along.
Yeah, in their caracal, accompanied by Bark, who is just doggy paddling as he bobs in the water next to you. I will say, Burberry, after the last member of the party dives underwater, as the ripples kind of fade away, I think it will occur to you, you cannot see any of them anymore. They are well out of sight at this point.
Oh wow, the water's that muddy.
But it continue. It's not muddy necessarily, but it's definitely not like a clear, like crystal clear, like, oh, there they are, boom.
Does it help if I light the drift globe?
I mean, you could try.
I'll light it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it sheds light. I don't think
The lake casts darkness. We're all
Yeah.
doomed.
you see nothing. With the drift globe trailing behind you,
I'll hold it.
holding in your hands as you swim. It sheds light as per usual. And Burberry, I think, there is a period of time where they are still shallow enough that the drift globe is visible from underwater. I think the thing that becomes difficult is you are sort of wrestling with the glare from the sun on the water surface. That's kind of like jostling and obscuring your visual, as well as the fact that the deeper they go, the more and more water is between you, the dimmer and darker the drift globe's light becomes before it eventually fades out of sight.
That's fine. I'm going to cast Locate Object for the bracelets that John gave everyone.
Oh, the rings.
Okay.
Or the rings. Yeah.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
group thing.
So
That'll
Burberry,
help me keep track of it.
good call. You feel the pull of a locate object spell tugging at the ring on your finger into the water and out into the lake as the party swims away from you. You continue to paddle, following them. With a limit of 1,000 feet, they are thankfully never out of range. Lauren,
Mm-hmm.
as the experienced underwater dweller among the group, I think you have a decent sense of depth. You would be able to tell as you approach the lake floor that you guys have been swimming for long enough that you guys are probably a couple hundred feet down. As you sort of hit the level part of the floor, you're sort of following a slope before it starts to level out, and at that point you're like, okay, this lake's a couple hundred feet deep, big lake.
Okay.
And now that you're on the lake floor, I'll say, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, and that 1 plus 10.
Cool. As far as you can see, there is no bloodweed in your immediate vicinity.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
I keep swimming.
Did you have locate object today, Noel?
I don't have that spell. I have the rings.
Just the ring.
Somebody has locate object because I know it was just me casting it before. Was it? Was I
I
the
think
only one casting it?
Lauren can cast it.
Yeah, I can.
So you can find it that way because you're familiar with it because she showed us.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
How far away are they from me? Now that they've bottomed out.
So they're about 200 feet below you,
Jesus.
and I'm gonna.
That's
Very
what
deep
deep
lake.
like.
Yeah, it's a big lake. It's not a small lake.
It's
This
a
puppy
20-story
is
building.
this puppy is multiple miles across. Big boy. So I think that I'll say go ahead and give me just a general intelligence check, Burberry. Just how accurate your eyeball guesstimate about the tug of this spell is.
General intelligence, you say?
Yes.
This will go poorly. 9.
Okay. They're not out of range, so it's less than 1,000 feet, obviously. You're guessing they're within a few hundred feet of you.
Okay.
Although, I will say, given the pace that they're able to swim versus the pace that a caracal probably moves while rowing it on open water, they are probably pulling ahead of you.
That's fine. No, because what I'm probably gonna do is get like right above them,
Sure.
and then
Just
start.
praying.
No, I'm gonna start going down because I
Ooh.
because I didn't know. Whenever you say lake, my brain doesn't think of like usually several miles wide. It thinks, oh yeah, no, 40 feet's usually pretty deep for a lake. But remember, I lived in Bayou, and that was accurate.
Sure. These are big lakes in a world that has been peppered by big ass meteorites, so they are going to be deep ass holes. So, with that, I think Burger paddling along on the surface, the rest of the party swimming ahead along the ocean floor, the lake floor. Excuse me. Are you casting locate objects, Lauren? Is that happening?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. I will say.
Oh, I have a thing I want to set up before we do this.
Oh, sure.
I'm going to swim 60 feet up. I'm going
Okay.
to let the drift globe kind of float. and then I'm
Okay.
going to use the daylight command, and I'm going to swim back down. So we should have a pretty
Okay.
big ball of well-lit area that should just kind of follow us around.
So 60-foot radius, bright light, another 60 feet of dim light, and the drift globe follows you at a distance of
60 feet.
Okay, so you
Wait.
guys are always on the edge of the bright light radius.
Who has dark vision?
Everyone, I think.
I mean, I have goggles, but yeah, functionally.
Yeah, so we can see pretty much that entire range.
Yeah, we should be good. I just wanted it to be lit up for us.
Yeah.
So we can see what we're looking for.
So you guys effectively have 120 feet of bright light from the drift globe. So you guys have a very clear view of the waters around you. And I will say, when you do this, Noelle, you would definitely see as the light kind of in this wave out from the drift globe. There are a few schools of fish that sort of like immediately dart away from the sudden appearance of light underwater. There's definitely activity down here. I should also note, given that it is winter and cold, Aloran not necessarily phased by the temperature, but I think the rest of the party, it is bitingly cold down here. Not a cozy place to be, to say the least.
Yeah, let's try and make this quick.
Yeah. I am going to need Noelle, Barnaby, and John to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
$15?
17.
How much? 17 and
15.
What was 15? Okay. And Barnaby?
Not great. Lower than those.
You have inspiration.
You have inspiration. Do you want to use it?
Might be better than a point of exhaustion.
Yeah, I probably should. Alright, that's better. That's 16.
All successes. Congratulations. Despite the cold, you guys are determined to see this task through and power on down into the depths. So, hit the floor. You got your daylight spell up. Lauren's going to cast Locate Objects. Got it. Okay. So, popping the Locate Object spell. At first, you don't feel anything. Keep swimming. Another minute passes. Still not feeling a pull. After 2 minutes, continuing to swim out into the water with Locate Object up, you do finally feel something beginning to kind of grip the edge of the spell here. And you feel it kind of pulling you off to your right.
Okay.
So following this, you begin to lead the rest of the party, accompanied by this drift globe, kind of scaring away every extant school of fish that you happen across as you go. And you feel the source of the pull, the target of your spell, growing closer and closer over time.
Gotta just be keeping an eye out while we
Yeah,
walk.
go ahead
Always
and
swim.
give me a perception check.
That's a 17.
17. Okay. So far, mostly fish. You're seeing a handful of crustaceans that sort of scurry out of sight under rocks and detritus along the lake floor here.
There's a fish.
Hey, another fish.
There's another one. Crab.
So far,
Mixing it up.
nothing
Rock.
nothing too dangerous as far as you can tell.
Another rock.
No jellyfish, no piranhas, no giant hulking frog hemots.
Hey,
What was that last one?
that rock just called me a slur.
And yeah, Burberry on the surface, you feel the party, which, for the first 10, 15 minutes of this trek are kind of swimming out into the lake. You begin to feel them kind of veering off to the right. You're probably like 500 feet from the shore at this point, and just kind of like starting to sort of follow the curve of the shoreline as a warren leads the four of them down below towards their target, which in short order, I believe it's probably within 10 minutes or so, you would find yourselves coming upon this sort of depression in the floor. And with the light of the drift globe, you can see kind of growing around the rim of this sort of sinkhole in the lake floor. There are a number of these peculiar, kind of writhing red looking plants, which very much match the image you have been shown by Marcelly back on the surface. Seems to be a decent number of patches here. Said whoever's leading the charge on this harvest, go ahead and give me a survival check.
Sounds like an Aloran or a Barnaby.
I'll give it a go.
You said survival, correct?
Nat 20 plus 2.
Yay!
Barnaby beats me.
Cool, 22.
I think I had like a 15.
Okay, sure. Yeah, there's a decent amount down here. I think you guys just start unearthing these roots and the accompanying leaves and root, and just kind of stuffing them into pockets, stuffing them into pouches, sacks, that you kept empty for this purpose, just so you don't waterlog your bags of holding. And it looks like this is going to be pretty close to enough. She asked for a basket full. You're looking at a decent, pretty close to a basket full from this. So with that said,
I'm gonna actually start heading down once they've settled.
okay, yeah. So while they're harvesting,
Alright, once we've kind of stopped, sure.
okay. Anything that you're doing before you take your dive off the caracal?
I am leaving things that I would rather keep dry on the boat.
Okay.
Books.
And then you're just gonna hop in and start swimming?
Hold on, let me check to see if I have something real quick. I would like to ask the dog to keep the boat in that spot.
Just kind of
Okay.
boops it with his nose to keep it.
Yeah, just do that generally. I just don't want to leave my stuff in there and then it just yeets.
I think he literally just kind of latches onto it with his teeth and just bobs in the water.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
He knows.
he's a big wooden buoy dog. So Burberry begins sinking into the water while the rest of the party is harvesting the bloodweed. Looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward job. Until Lauren, You are drawing close to what looks like a pretty large either burrow or kind of alcove in the rock along the seafloor here. Pretty dark inside, but even despite that, with your with your natural fucking passive perception of 20, I think you would notice that there is a relatively large shape kind of bobbing in the water inside that dark recess in the rock.
The underwater breathing is a concentration spell, right?
It is not concentration.
No.
It's not?
It is not.
It's a very good
Okay.
spell.
Can I try to cast Speak with Animals?
Sure.
And I will kind of let everybody else keep picking, and I'll
Okay.
try to go distract the blob. Yep. Hey there, buddy!
It's more just bubbles.
Okay. So, Speak with Animals is up, heading into this dark recess.
I'm not going into it.
Oh, you're not going into it, just going to the edge of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you want me to go into it real bad.
No.
So you jump in head first, right?
Yeah, I jump in head first.
You
now.
dash, you take the dash action.
I take the dash action.
Blob.
Shoo, right into
Cool.
it. I give it a hug.
Cool. So you are kind of just bobbing in the water outside this small cave, effectively. It's probably like 10 feet across, like in diameter, roughly on average. But you can still see, like, despite the drift globe not reaching it, that there is something in there. So you swim up to it. You have to Speak with Animals up. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna see if I can even talk to it. I'll be like, "Hello there."
Just say hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
This strategy worked once.
Sure. So you say hi, and it's barely perceptible from inside the cave. You just hear this like, fuck.
What you doing?
Nothing.
Are you sure? My name's Lauren. She'll wave at it. Were you planning on eating us?
No.
Insight check. God damn it. I feel like when I roll a nat 20 at the very first roll, my rest of my rolls are just shit for the rest of the day.
Do you need
What's your-
advantage? Do you want to use my inspo?
I have inspo, I'm pretty
It's up
sure.
to you. It's up to you.
You know what? I feel like this is not going to be a very charismatic being, so I had a 13.
You got a
Dragon
13.
sticks its head out, and you're just like, "Ah."
I think you're looking at this thing. You're trying to get a sense of what it is in the darkness, and like it's definitely some sort of fish. Definitely a big fish. Like just based on sort of the diameter of it, like it's not rotund enough to fill up this cave, but it's definitely looks to be pretty long. And the voice of this fish that is sort of manifested by Speak with Animals. It would be convincing. Honestly, it would be convincing. You're kind of like, oh, good, that was a relief to hear. And then you see it kind of like swim a little bit forward, and you just catch a glimpse of just like these rows upon rows of fucking sharp ass teeth,
You're
and
lying.
these blank eyes, the pointed nose, and you're like,
No, I'm not.
Can I stare? Can I try to stare it down and intimidate it?
Well,
I don't
Lauren
think we
is the
know
only
it
one who has
exists.
noticed. Lauren is the only one who's noticed this thing.
Oh,
You guys, this was mid-harvest, and Lauren's passive perception kind of gleaned like, oh, there's a thing in that little hole over there. Because he rolled a nat 20 on the stealth check, and Lauren's meets and beats it on that. She's got that 20 perception. Unfortunately. So, yeah, Lauren, like, you can see this appears to be some sort of like a big, either like a freshwater like shark or like a big fucking barracuda looking thing. Like, he's nasty. He's a big nasty fish. But he sounds convincing.
I'll just
That
kind
could
of.
have been the truth.
I'll just kind of go with. I don't recommend it. There's a lot of us, and we're pretty strong. We look small and eatable.
I'm not hungry. I wasn't gonna eat you.
I have some food in my pack. She'll pull out some rations,
The food has food.
toss it towards him.
Do you have any persuasion? Give me persuasion. Persuasion roll, please. Roll a dice.
Perfect 18. Wait, let me double check. It's a +5, right? Yeah, 18.
Okay, 18. So you kind of like float some food into this little cave, and very quickly this giant fish like darts out, snags it, just like all in one gulp, and then pulls back into his little hole.
Is it a cute looking fish?
No, in the short glimpse that you got of its face, this is a big ass shark looking thing.
Lauren likes sharks.
Wide set, staring, unblinking eyes, and just a constantly slightly ajar mouth with just the rows of teeth. Pretty dark coloration, you do note. It is not a species with which you're necessarily familiar, but definitely a big shark, and definitely hungrier than he said he was.
Big shark.
And he takes one mouthful around all of those rations. He just toss out to him. That was wasn't bad. It was just I
I can help you find some other fish.
give me another persuasion check.
Ooh, even higher. That is a 23.
23. Okay. It's like, I mean, I'm not that hungry, but like,
If you want, I guess.
How would you do that if you were going to do that?
Oh, it's real fucked up. She'll like swim out and be like, "Hey, fishies, come here," because she can talk
Oh yeah,
to
she has speak with animal.
He's gonna call fish.
Yeah, well, I have like the ability, I think, to talk with like small like animal
Oh, that's
creatures.
true. Tritons just have that. That's like
Yeah.
a native thing.
That's just like a native Triton thing.
You can communicate simple ideas to any beast, elemental, or monstrosity with a swim speed. It can understand your words, though you have no special ability to understand it in return. But you have to speak with animals up so you can hear them talk.
Okay, so
So
I will.
You beckon to the schools of fish.
Yeah,
Okay,
And then
I'll
I'll-
say, give me another persuasion check.
and then
Or
two.
we'll say animal handling. this time.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm also one of my rations. I'm assuming there's some sort of bread.
Sure.
She'll take that out and kind of start spreading it in the water.
Okay.
So you said animal handling?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that is a 11 plus 4, so 15.
15. Okay.
Do I get advantage because I'm using bread to help persuade them over? Hey, look, food.
I'd say yes, but you don't really need it. These guys don't have like really high insight. You start throwing bread out, and the fish are just like, "Oh, food!" And you just see like a big school of just, start wiggling down in the water towards you, and they just kind of start darting around all of the chunks of bread, kind of picking up the larger ones, scooping up all the crumbs. And yeah, like in the midst of this feeding frenzy, there's like, thank you.
And I'll like kind of scoot back, throw a little bit more, and then I'll signal to the big boy.
You do see him kind of like poke his head out of the hole, and you can just see the one eye is like fixed on the school of fish next to you. Closer.
Okay, go, hide again.
And he pulls back into the hole.
All right. She'll beckon the fish with like a little trail of bread over towards the cave entrance.
Give me one more animal handling.
Okay.
Come along, son. There's so much to eat today.
17 plus 4, 21.
Fortune has smiled upon our school friends.
Today is a blessed day for our school of fish.
You know, I said I was never.
A heavenly creature has descended from the surface world
Mother won't go hungry.
and brought her bounty of food with her.
I'm
Hooray!
surprised that Alora doesn't have some sort of weird, like, PTSD from the last time this happened.
Oh no, she's having some PTSD, but she's like, eh. Well,
Better than getting eaten.
yeah. And at this point, it's like better than me.
So I think, yeah, the fish are definitely following along this trail. Until I think at one point, one of them pipes up and he says, "Wait, brothers, let's not forget what lives down below in the dark. Remember, the foul one, he dwells beneath." Ooh, you see the fish all kind of like, oh, and they start kind of like backing up a little bit. You see them getting nervous, kind of like avoiding picking at the food. Although a couple are still like darting out of it, like, oh, but it's so good. And you can just hear the shark behind you whispering, "Closer." You hear him salivating.
All right, I'll talk to the fish. Be like, oh, I didn't see the foul one.
Give me a deception check.
Are we seeing any of what's going on?
I think you probably would have seen Aloran like at the cave. Maybe not what she was doing, but then she like pulled away from it and started talking to fish and like feeding them, and then you would have seen a shark poke its head out and then pull back.
Piece those scene together.
It's a 14.
14.
Yeah.
All right. Can this fish roll an insight check? Nope.
Save his life.
And then, yeah, he's like, "Oh, that's a relief. Thank you, surface dweller. You have brought great fortune to our pit." Oh, God! As the shark comes fucking whoosh out of the fucking hole and just huge mouthfuls of the school all at once. You see the survivors scattering into the dark. She lied! Just fucking tearing off into the dark. And the shark is like, oh, just like out following them. And he just like disappears from you into the dark, just like.
And Alora was never trusted in this lake again.
Wait, the shark abandoned me?
Oh no, he took off after what was left of the school of fish after he got his first mouthful. He is gone.
Bye.
That was fun.
Hey, well, I saved us from having to fight a shark. The fuck was that roll?
How many fish are left in that school?
Can I keep an eye out for the shark?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll say at this point, the party has probably wrapped up their harvest. I think Burberry, you've probably gotten down and have reached the lake floor in enough time that you probably got to like caught the tail end of this little scene with the shark. And you guys have a decent collection of this this bloodweed.
I'm gonna collect some for my personal stash because I feel like they use drugs.
Oh, they're for drugs?
I feel like there was a hinted drug
do
use
we have enough
potentially for the-
for the basket?
Yeah, you guys are pretty confident. With Barnaby's help, kind of like finding the little divots and crevices where the stuff is really kind of like dug in and really growing. You guys are able to harvest more than enough.
Burberry is actually 2 kobolds right now.
Oh, just underwater.
Yeah, he left his coat upstairs.
Aww,
Sweet.
y'all are so
They're so
cute. Oh, Lauren
cute.
will grab Barry's arms and start spinning them around.
All right.
You're gonna have to teach us how to talk underwater.
And you are in just the most inconvenient spot. Really.
It's fun to hear you guys go.
You'll get a message that goes, "It's not nice to tease."
I guess we should start
It's not
heading
nice to tease.
back.
What do you mean tease? You're not teasing. As Lauren holds Barry very close to her.
This is so weird. You can see that all over his face. Burr looks dejected in the corner.
Come here, Burr. And then she'll scoop him up into a little hug.
Poor bud.
Just snuggling underwater. She's like, all right, let's... What was that?
I said, I thought I was your favorite.
Oh, I meant to say, I always get them confused.
That's all right. They look identical.
Yeah, she would have done Barry first, and then Barry's like, please stop. She'll be like, oh, wrong one. Oh, shit. And then she'll just go swim towards Burr and be like, I was just messing with you. And then she starts spinning him around.
Burr is full on pouting.
Aww.
Aw, Burr.
So buddy.
She's just holding him now like a little baby, even though he's not that much smaller than her.
Baby.
It's okay. I'll give you alcohol when we get to the surface.
It's better.
Mouthfuls of bubbles.
I'll
Until
make
after
it,
a certain point, the air's all gone.
I'll make it better, I promise.
Now Barry's just rolling his eyes.
Don't worry, Barry. Don't worry, Burr. I'll make it right, I promise.
I'm gonna start swimming towards the surface.
Noelle's done with our chin.
Okay.
She's like, it's cold. Y'all
It's
are being
fucking cold in
dumb."
here. I'm going.
It is chilly. Speaking of chilly, could I have the kobolds make a Constitution saving throw for me?
Aw. Damn. That's
Right.
fucked.
But I live in the cold. I lived in the cold.
But you usually have clothes on.
I still have
Are
clothes
they
on. I
naked?
just
What the?
don't have the big clothes.
Winter clothes. And you're also not underwater.
Fine. 21.
Cool. Look, by rights, you should all have hypothermia. It's the middle of winter, and you guys are like 200, 300 feet underwater. But it's a fantasy world,
I mean,
so
I rolled a
roll
14.
The rules are what they are. Noelle, you are swimming for the surface?
Yep.
Yep, cool. What's your passive perception?
16? Or let me double check. Passive perception is 16.
Okay. So, Noelle,
It's fucking cold.
it's fucking cold. As you are sort of the first to crest the lip of this depression in the seabed, sort of taking in the wide expanse of the lake all around you, wondering whatever happened to that shark that just took off into the bleak unknown, the deeper lake.
Probably gone forever.
Yeah, no big deal. You find yourself kind of turning and finding a trio of eyes protruding from a stalk up out of the grime not too far from the edge of this depression. And they blink.
I'm sure that's fine.
And then you see an all too familiar, enormous, toothy mouth
Uh-oh.
opening from underneath the sand
Guys?
and lunging your direction.
He's back.
I'm going to need a initiative roll from everyone in the party, please.
Wait, can I try talking to the shark?
This is
This
not a
is
shark.
not a shark.
That's the froghemus.
Be back. Oh, that's a bad roll. I'm gonna use my inspiration. This feels like it's...
The orb of wisdom told me to come here.
Ooh,
There was no
I just
food.
rolled a nat 20 for initiative.
Hey, nice.
I think Alora left so fast that she just left Burr reeling. I rolled a nat 1.
12.
Oof. Okay.
22.
So 22 Aloran, that one for Burr.
Burry. They share a roll.
Right, yeah. Barnaby, what did you get?
Nat 20 plus 5.
Jesus. Okay.
Don't worry, I won't roll that well on combat.
We'll see. John,
What was roll again?
initiative.
22.
Okay. And Noelle, it was a
12.
16. 12. Okay. So. So the good news is, Aloran did convince the shark to fuck off. The bad news is, nobody's passive perception was ahead of the big boys.
Damn, they rolled good stuff.
Sweet, sweet stealth check. They actually have a pretty good stealth bonus. I'm surprised to see that. So, the party's surprised on the first round, and the froghemoth is going to do his fucking darn dirtiest shit to Noelle, who is closest. So, that's going to be a bite and 2 tentacles. That's cocked. That was about to be a crit, and I got cocked. Well, that's a 16.
Does not hit Noelle.
Oh, shit. How about a 29?
Just barely.
Oh, just barely. Okay, cool. So, Noelle, you are going to take, and let me crank up the tunes since we're here.
Bloop.
That's going to be 22 bludgeoning damage,
Ow.
and you are now grappled
Ow.
by the creature. And I think he is going to. So you can also use his tongue as part of this. So he is going to use a tongue action on. I'll say Aloran. She wasn't too far away. So Aloran, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Just wasn't Lauren up with Burr and Barry though?
Well, you were the one swimming up first, and then she was.
Yeah. Well, I said crested the thing.
Yeah, she had swum up to greet them.
Okay.
To fuck around with them.
That was a 14
The
save.
14 does not save. So, in the midst of you hugging and snuggling Burr, you suddenly feel something wet and sticky, like glomp onto your thigh, and it's like watching a cartoon get yanked by the king off stage. You are just
I'm over
20
there.
feet away from Burr,
Yeah.
right next to this thing.
I'll probably go like, "Brr," as I get the
And you suddenly find yourself face to face with one of those giant froghemoth creatures, who is now attempting to wrap you in a tentacle.
Can I talk to it?
You can try.
Hey, buddy. Can we not, please?
It's
Does
not
a 20
nice.
hit you?
Oh, a 20 definitely.
Okay, so you.
Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, because I'm not wearing armor. Oh, wait, beats it, right?
Beats it.
Damn it.
Yeah. All right. So, you're gonna take 25 bludgeoning damage, and you are also grappled. So you are each grasped in one of this thing's 4 tentacles, and the party is just like either not paying attention or like too dumbstruck in the initial like attack to react. So surprise round ends, and we go to the top of the next round. And Barnaby, it is now your turn, and you can act. So you see out of the corner of your eye, Aloran suddenly whoosh, out of view, and you whip your head around, and you see this giant 15-foot blubbery frog monster has Noelle and Aloran wrapped up in its tentacles.
Well, it's a good thing that I took the repeating shot, because I doubt my regular ammo would work underwater.
Does repeating shot work underwater?
Well, considering I don't have to load it, and it produces its own, and it's magical, I assume it bypasses that.
Well, let's.
Doesn't directly say it.
A ranged weapon attack automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range. And even against a target within normal range, the attack roll has disadvantage unless the weapon's a crossbow, net, or a weapon that is thrown like a javelin.
Well, I'm getting out one of my battle axes.
All right.
I'm gonna swim over to it, and I'm gonna slash.
Give him a whack.
Yep.
All right.
Specifically, I'm gonna aim for one of the tentacles that's holding someone.
All right.
That is 24 to hit.
24 will definitely hit.
That is going to be not as good damage because I can't use my dex for them. Got to use my strong. So that is 7 for the first hit.
7 damage.
Yep.
All right. You strike a creature and dig your axe deep into his blubbery hide.
I will strike again.
Sure.
That
Remember,
is
you do have disadvantage unless this is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident.
okay.
Oh wait, you have a swimming speed. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I have swimming speed.
Okay, melee is fine then.
Yeah,
It's just range.
that is. That's going to be an 18 to hit for the second hit.
Will hit.
All right. And that is max damage 12. 10 plus 2.
Nice. Sweet. All right.
Got this in the bag.
2 big hits. You see a small trickle of blood sort of trickling from the wounds you've delivered to this creature. And he gives you a loud, voluminous roar as his mouth hangs wide, the tongue lashing. That is your turn.
Yep.
All right, John, you're up. Actually, it's John and Lauren, because you both got a 22.
Who has the higher dex?
I have a +2. I have 14.
I have a +4.
All right.
John.
Okay. It's just the one creature?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna. I already assume I have my sword and shield out, so I'm just gonna stab it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll the hit.
I don't think this is gonna hit. So it's a 12.
12 will not hit, unfortunately. You swing, and this thing's like one of its free tentacles just kind of like bats at you, kind of pushing you out of the way before you can fully bring the blade down.
I'll use my extra attack and
All right,
attack it again.
one more hit.
Can I rage before I do that?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to activate my rage and then I'll attack again.
Okay.
16 to hit.
16 will hit.
So 1d8 plus 1d10 plus. Or no, 1d8 plus 1d10 plus 8. Right?
For the slashing, and then poison, and then strength plus rage, I believe. Is it a +1 weapon?
No, it's not a +1 weapon.
No. Is it just your rage? Oh, you have dueling. Or no, do you?
I have dueling and rage.
Okay, so yeah, that should be
Plus
another.
strength.
Yeah, that should be +8, I think.
Okay, so 1d8 plus 10 plus 8.
Okay.
Okay, so that is 20 damage.
Nice. Big hits. All right. Lauren, it's your turn. Unless John, well, no, that's bonus actions and actions. So.
Yep, I'm taking everything I can.
I am gonna cast polymorph on the creature.
Oh, okay. What are you turning it into?
I'm going to turn it into. What if it like dies underwater? Does it turn into its original form?
Yeah.
Like,
Like if it drowns?
yeah.
Well, let me see.
Good question. That will change my decision.
Creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus the con modifier. If a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it can survive a number of rounds equal to the con modifier. At the start of its next turn, it drops to 0 hit points and is dying, and it can't regain hit points or be stabilized until it can breathe again.
So yeah, I think it would turn back before, like it would drown and then just immediately switch back to this creature.
Yeah.
I will turn it into a small fish,
Okay.
and then I will grab it.
Small fish. And it is a charisma or wisdom saving throw? Which one?
Wisdom.
Great question.
Polymorph is a
Polymorph.
wisdom. Alright. What do I gotta beat?
Is it my spell save DC?
Yep. I got a 16 plus 1.
It wins.
Oh shit. It resists the polymorph. Blah! His hunger is too great. Anything else on your turn, Lauren?
Just for the sake of moving things along, because I don't know what my wild shape forms are underwater.
I mean, I assume you have access to all of them, but you're gonna wild shape into something?
Yeah,
Okay. You wanna go bigger or smaller?
I don't know. I want to look at my. Can I just say I wild shape into an animal, and then I figure out what animal?
The giant octopus is pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I'd say a small animal would probably just kind of like slip out of the grapple, if that's what you're trying to do.
Okay.
I would say a large animal, if it's big enough, could also potentially break the grapple.
I'm trying to find the. There it is.
I don't know that you can be big enough to break it automatically, though.
Because the frog human's pretty damn big.
He's a big boy. He is a huge creature.
Because I can do CR2s now, right?
I think you can do that, right? Like, see, Can you do CR3? Am I misremembering?
I don't remember. I need to write down somewhere on my sheet.
You're at 8th level, right? So
Yeah.
you can do CR2. And it can fly if you wish, but this is probably not the place for that.
An eagle. Oh shit.
Although I think water breathing. Well, did she cast water breathing on herself?
No.
A water eagle.
I will say I probably should know what you are before the turn ends, because this guy's turn is after yours.
Oh.
Would a sea creature be a problem?
A sea creature?
Yeah, like a shark. Since we're in freshwater.
You can hold your breath.
All right, I'm turning into a crocodile.
Okay. Crocodile?
Yeah.
Sweet. So you are now a large creature. You are still grappled, but you're a crocodile now. So that is going to take us to the big boy's turn. And on his turn, he is going to attempt another bite attack against Noelle, since she is still Noelle sized. That's going to be a 27 to hit.
Silvery barbs?
Do I take the new one or the lower one?
Take the new one, I think.
The new one is a 29.
Okay. Well, that'll hit.
So, the lower roll, so 27.
Oh.
All right, so
Either way.
you're going to take some damage. And it's not the best damage roll. It's going to be 21 damage.
Ow.
As this thing reels back with its tentacle and just crams you into its mouth,
Oh.
slamming its jaws shut around you and beginning to kind of just chew and swallow. And you are now considered swallowed by the creature. You are surrounded by this water, this icy cold water, as well as the highly acidic innards of this creature's stomach.
That's not good.
Which doesn't seem like fun. So he's going to finish his turn with 2 more tentacle attacks. We're going to grab Burberry with the tongue, I think. We're going to try a strength saving throw on Burberry, please.
I'm just gonna, say that I failed.
Yeah, I fail.
All right. So Burberry gets.
I mean, I
as soon
rolled a
as,
3. Like, there's no
As-
coming back.
yeah, as soon as Noelle is swallowed, this thing's mouth pops back open and the tongue just out through the water, grabs a hold of one of the kobolds, and clinging to each other, they are dragged towards this creature. And he is going to attempt to grab you with his tentacles, which is an nat 20. So that's going to be
Super grabbed.
super grabbed. Big damage. I love dice. Good. 36 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
And Berber, you are now grappled by the creature.
Can I see Noelle's feet?
You are not in his mouth yet.
No, but
He-
can I see her
I
her
think
feet
I'm in his
like
stomach.
No, she is.
all
She
the
is
way in?
the tummy. You can probably see some like bulges in the belly as Noelle is probably pushing and fighting it out, whatever she's doing. He looks like he's got a very upset stomach right now. And she is out of sight. Final tentacle attack with his third.
Wait, did you say 36?
36 damage, yeah. So he's got an alligator in one hand, he's got Burberry in another. He's going to use the third tentacle to attack. We'll say John. John's being kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, does a 23 hit John?
1 sec, I gotta double check. Yeah, just barely.
Okay. So you are going to take. It's going to be 14 bludgeoning damage, and you are also grappled.
Is that before tapped or after tapped?
That's before having.
So 7 bludgeoning damage?
Yep.
Okay.
And that will be the end of this creature's turn. As I guess Barnaby is the only ungrappled creature in front of him. So at the beginning of Noel's turn. Okay, that's the. So nothing's happened. So Noel, you are freshly in the monster's tummy. You're beginning to feel the acid kind of like burning at your flesh.
Okay, not good.
What are you doing?
Dimension door.
Dimension door.
I would like to not be in this spot.
Okay.
I am going to teleport. You said I like crested a ridge and he was like looking right over it. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was like kind of like half buried in like the silt and muck of the lake bed, like at the lip of the ridge, like kind of watching.
Okay. Is there like any reasonable spot we would have been in that's nearby that I could kind of get behind like a big rock or something?
Yeah,
I could recall. Okay, I'm going to just try and get a spot that's not directly in this thing's eye line.
Okay, sure. So,
Can I see that you popped out or no?
You probably would not see it if I'm trying to be sneaky. Maybe you'd see a big mess of bubbles appear somewhere. From the displacement.
Also, what's your passive perception, Burberry?
Not great. And plus 13.
13. I think you would notice the stomach kind of stops churning after a couple seconds after swallowing Noelle, but I don't think you would necessarily know or see like where Noelle went, but she's still.
Oh no! I'm about to waste my turn.
I'm sorry, but Noelle, you are now free of the creature's enemies.
Could I? I don't think anyone's gonna be. I think I'm just gonna stay put. Just gonna not draw attention to myself for a moment.
Fair enough. Burberry, then it is your turn.
Gonna cast command. Tell him to throw her up.
Vomit.
Do you need to make a wisdom save?
I mean, frogs can. Some of them can literally pull their stomachs out, so that's a thing that he can do on command.
Sure.
It's a good save.
Okay. He rolled a 6, so I'm pretty sure that's a failure.
Okay.
So you watch.
Throw up nothing.
You watch as this creature is just very suddenly starts to retch. And that is.
Oh, good grief!
Turn.
What did you tell us?
Can I use a bonus action to make sure that I am properly handcuffed?
Oh, Burberry.
I just want to make sure I stay together. That's it.
Um.
I'm probably gonna go down next turn.
Burberry, I have some bad news.
Oh no.
The spell does not have an. The spell does not have effect on a creature if it doesn't understand your language.
Well, that's all right. It has the same effect. I'm still freaked out that Noelle is dead.
He retches like once and then just kind of like licks his lips and his gaze kind of just turns towards you.
I'm sorry, Berber. I didn't want it to see me.
No, I get it. It's one of those things that I'm mad at myself because I'm like, nope, in character, this is what would happen. Out of character, I'm like, God damn it.
Fair.
All right. Barnaby, is your turn. Top of the order.
All right. Seeing my battle axe
Finishing
is
his
not
ass next turn. I find out that you're fine.
seeing my battle axe is not doing much. I am going to try and get away from it here, but first I need to get away from it properly. So I'm gonna use one of my spells.
Oh shit!
Specifically, I am going to use Shock and Grasp as a cantrip. I pull out a little battery and I zap him.
Okay. Does he need to make a save or is that an attack?
Let's see. I need to make a melee spell attack against him.
So that'll use your spell casting bonus plus proficiency.
Yeah. Let's see. Also, I'm thinking it might be a good idea since we're underwater. That is a on a total 15 plus 5.
15 plus 5. That will hit. Get some damage.
Alright, so he's going to take a D8 of damage, which will be
D8,
6
your
damage.
fifth level. Your 5th level.
I thought it tied if it was your. It depended if
It's your character class. It's not your class.
Oh, okay.
Your
Alright.
character level, not your class level.
That makes that a lot better. Well, that's 2d8 then. So
So 6 plus.
6 plus 6.
Okay.
Nice.
So 12 damage.
And then gonna back up because it can't take reaction.
Fair enough. So you lay into this creature with a battery, and you watch as he begins to convulse uncontrollably. Like you can just hear the tummy gurgling and like the belch kind of out of the water, all the bubbles spitting up. He seems to have really not responded well to the electricity, and even as you back up, he is still like kind of like convulsing, like seizing a little bit. It looks like he's actually struggling to kind of like reach out to you. So, what are you gonna do?
Interest in development. All right. Well, I'm going to use an action surge then, since that's apparently an action. I was thinking it was a bonus action, but I just got spoiled from being a sorcerer. Anyways, I am going to action surge, and I'm going to take out Bertha.
Okie dokie.
Disadvantage or not, it's more damage if I hit.
That's true.
Plus, I have a much better chance to hit it. So that is 4 plus 13 for the first hit, so
17.
17.
That'll hit.
And then 13 plus 13 to hit for the second one.
13 plus 13?
Yeah, I have a plus 13 to hit.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
I have plus 10, and then archer style adds plus 2, and then
Oh, okay. 13 was the bonus the first time. Got it.
yes.
I was like, you rolled a 13 and you had a 4 plus bonus?
Nope, I had a 4 plus 13.
4 plus 13, 13 plus 13. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those both hit. So, go ahead
right.
and roll damage.
Should have just done that from the get-go, but here we are. 2d12. So that is 12 for the first hit and 13 for the second hit.
25 total. Good shots. Yeah, big damage. 2 big old holes get shot through this creature. And I'm going to need anything else from Barnaby. Do you have a bonus action or?
Oh. I guess I probably have to swim over and then I'll be right back in where I was earlier if I wanted to help. And my other thought would be I could help and use Fey Gift on Burberry there, use Hospitality. But I think I'd have to get close enough to be within range of it again.
Yeah, he's got pretty good reach on his attacks.
You know what? I haven't even considered the chance that he could just move back. So you know what? Misplayed my turn a bit, but all right, I will go. I'll just swim back over to Burberry then, and I'm going to help and use Hospitality. We both regain temp hit points equal to 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus. All right, so B. That's going to be 7 hit points.
Okay.
If you want to back up again, I think you can. Maybe.
I'll back up as far as I can.
I mean, if you're like seesawing back and forth to shoot this thing, you probably only get like maybe 10 feet from it.
Okay.
So that'll be your turn.
Yep.
John, it is your turn.
So I'm currently grappled by its tentacle.
Yes.
Is it possible for me to try to rip the tentacle apart?
This is a pretty big thing.
You can try to break the grapple. This is a big, strong motherfucker. That'd be like trying to tear your arm off, more or less. Like that's a big feat.
I guess
And he's still pretty spry looking, honestly. Like he's taken some big hits, but he's definitely still a big chunky boy. And
instead of that, I'm gonna ghost water dive behind it and stab it.
Okay, dope.
Nothing personnel. Frog.
Exactly.
Whoosh. So John vanishes in a swirl of brine and reappears on the other side of this creature, just plunging your sword into it. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit.
So that would be I'm bad at math. 26 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, if I was
Give me
third
some
level,
damage.
that would have critted.
Nope.
And then that is sorry, I have to do math again. 17 damage.
Okay, 17 damage. Good damage. Big stab into the back of the creature. Did not like that. He bellows and roars, kind of thrashing around, trying to get a look at you as the eye stalks kind of twist. Anything else on your turn?
No, unless I don't think there's anything I can do as a bonus action. Is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Wait, how close am I to the creature?
If you're using a long sword, you're within 5 feet.
Oh, okay. Man, I wish that that other racial feature with the appendage could push things.
I mean, I don't know if you'd even be able to. He's big. He's big.
Well, yeah, but I'm using the giant kraken tentacle too. So
Right, but you're still medium is the thing. That's like shoving. You have to be at least their size, I think, or maybe like one size smaller. He's almost 2 bigger.
yeah.
But if that's everything from John, we're gonna need a Lauren next. Crocodile thrashing around in a big frog boy's tentacle. What are you doing?
I'm gonna bite it.
You're gonna bite?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a nom.
It does not hit.
What'd you get?
It's 12.
Oof, that is a miss. Well, any bonus actions? Okie dokie.
Druids don't have bonus action.
Fair enough. Froggy Boy is going to take his turn. Still convulsing a little bit from the battery. He is going to grapple, or he's going to try and grapple somebody. Oh, wait, that's right. Burberry, you're fucking, like, in his face. He's going to try and bite
Hey,
you.
grapple someone else.
Nah, he's going to bite you. You're snack sized. That's going to be a 22 to hit. Alright.
That
That's gonna
kill.
be-
Wait, hold on. Let me check something real quick.
Ooh.
Don't I have a thing? That's a reaction. 10 seconds.
Do you as a cleric?
Do you have shield or hellish rebuke or
Silvery barb.
orb elements or
Well,
silver
I have-
barbs?
I have the shield of faith, which I don't remember.
That's a bonus action to give you a +2 for a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah.
Yep.
So I'm double checking to make sure it's bonus action before I go. Wait, I do this. Wait, I do this. But that's a. Can I do it now, or is that a reaction thing?
That would be a reaction to cast a spell right now because he is attacking you.
It's fitting we just got an ad for Louisiana.
All right, fine. It's killing me because my AC's 21.
Om nom nom. Is it seriously 21? Jesus. All right. That's gonna be 30. Oh, Burberry. 32 damage.
Oh,
Exactly how many hit points I
no!
I got 9, 10. Oh my god.
I was like, Burberry's got a lot of health. Come on.
Even with the temporary hit points I just gave you?
That was with I have 61 total, and he hit me for 30 or 26 last time. So I was like, or 36.
36 last time.
He hit me for 36 last time.
Yeah,
So
he
like,
critted. He critted last time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
all right.
All right, so
I'm
Burberry
gonna-
is wrapped in a tentacle, and this thing just pops you in his mouth, just like Noelle. He clamps down, and it just goes dark, Burberry. Like you are
Okay.
unconscious and
Wait,
in
don't they
this
have the
thing's mouth.
thingy? that,
I have
like,
relentless endurance. I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm
you
one-
do. You're so
You're fine.
conscious.
You're perfectly fine.
Everything's fine. All right. So we're gonna use, as he licks his lips, tentacle on Barnaby. That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
I believe that will hit. Yep.
Sweet. Barnaby, you're gonna take a big fat 16 plus, so 22 damage.
1 and 2. All right.
22. And we're gonna slap this crocodile who's being ornery.
Ornery croc.
Ornery crocodile. It's gonna be 26 to hit, and you're gonna take. Okay, so 16 damage.
You said 1 and 2 for me?
22 for you, yes. And I don't think there's really any reason to use the tongue because everyone's within 5 feet except for Noelle, who the creature does not see. So he just licks his lips, enjoying his meals, and keeps trying to eat. That brings us to Noelle.
Okay. I hear a terrifying gulping sound and I see Burberry's fucking gone. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess I'm going to... Sorry, one second. Let me check the feature real quick. Okay. I'm going to get up on this rock that I hid behind.
Okay.
Bonus action, unsettling words, the creature, and I'm going to attempt to charm monster.
Ooh.
So that
Okay.
would be a wisdom saving throw minus a bardic inspiration die.
Oof.
Damn it, that's a 1. Minus 1.
-1. All right, so it's a straight roll. 15.
That does not meet it.
Well,
Okay, that's good.
charm monster succeeds. Although you do have to get within 30 feet of the creature for this to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll swim as close as I
Yes.
need to.
Yeah. Okay, so you cast charm monster. Oh, wait. It has advantage because you guys are fighting it right now. One more
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah.
19.
Silvery barbs.
Bitch. 2. Fuck. God damn it. Fine, it takes. Are you happy?
I'm very happy my friend might not die now.
I almost killed a party member. I have them in my mouth.
So as I kind of gestured to fucking John and the flailing crocodile and Barnaby, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna try and tell it to. Oh wait, are we still in combat or are we calling it?
And
I'm trying to signal to them not to fucking kill it.
Okay.
I will. Let's see.
Just shake your head, do the no signal, and then do swinging motions like attacking or
Yeah.
pew gun motions.
And I'm going to. I don't have any more actions this turn, so I've used literally everything. So that's
Okay.
that's it. I'm done.
Okay. That leaves Burberry in the belly.
Fine.
Burberry, it is
Oh,
dark and
it's-
highly acidic in here.
It's fine. One of me is up. I'm gonna bonus action healing word to give myself a D4 with
Okay.
wisdom, and then I'm gonna banish myself.
You can't cast 2 spells in a
You
turn.
can cast
It's
one
a-
leveled spell per turn.
No, I double checked because healing word's a bonus action. I looked it up on the Googles.
I know, but it's a leveled spell. It's not a cantrip.
No.
You can cast one leveled spell per turn.
Yeah, trust me.
Take
I've
it
been
for
wanting to
once.
use healing word too, but I need my spells for other things this fight so far.
Well, that's why I gave
You can still banish yourself if you want.
At the beginning, I gave myself specifications, and in my own specifications, I can't.
Oh. Well,
You might want to upcast that healing word then.
touche.
A little bit. Well, no, because like that was one of the ways. Whenever I was first building Burberry, that I tried to make it so that the action economy worked. Was that they can't cast unless they're both casting.
Oh, if they're both conscious.
Oh, I see. That's how you're.
But yeah, because like otherwise it'd be like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna go stand over here and cast from 2 sides,
Right.
which isn't fair. So yeah, I made it so that they both have to be casting. The only ones that they can cast without it is healing words, cure wounds, and message, and that's it.
In almost 3 years, this is the first time it's been relevant. It's finally happened.
Yeah, being good.
Well.
Fine. Yeah, I'll cast cure wounds at the 3rd level. Give me a second. Probably, I'm gonna take a lot of damage from stomach acid at the end of my turn. I can almost guarantee you.
That's my assumption.
D8 per level up.
Question, Kat. Is the issue that one handles one type of component and the other handles the other one, or is it that they just both need to be present?
They handle different components. One does all oral, and then the other one does the like things that go into the spell.
Okay. I'm gonna be a dick DM again and tell you that Cure Wounds has vocal and somatic components.
Because
Huh?
I said that I specified those 2 spells I could do without.
Wait,
All
this
right.
is healing word.
Specified.
All right.
This is healing word.
No, I said cure wounds and healing word because I needed a way
okay.
to get the other one back up.
Mm.
Otherwise,
All
once
right.
I went out, I was just fucked.
All right.
Or maybe it was just cure wounds. But either way, I put one.
It was a
healing
healing
one against-
something.
Yeah, I put one healing spell in the exception so that I didn't fuck myself over. Because there wouldn't be much point in having relentless endurance if I just immediately went down again.
Got it.
Oh, thank you so much, Upcast, and then fucking. Can I upcast it to 4? Baby. 8, 12, 18 plus. Whenever you upcast, do you do your wisdom for each dice, or do you just do a flat wisdom?
Just flat
I guess
wisdom.
just a flat wisdom. 1d8 plus spellcasting, 1d8 for each slot above first. So yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm double checking a thing real quick.
Have we hurt this froghemoth like at all?
Yeah, he's bleeding pretty profusely.
Okay. He's not doing great.
He's still standing, but he's taking some damage.
Okay.
Can I use Favor of the Gods on myself, or do I have to use it on other people?
I'm pretty sure you can use it on yourself.
Cool. All right. I'm also gonna give myself the Favor of the Gods for extra shit.
Okay.
I need everything I can get. Okay, so clerical plus my wisdom modifier, so plus 11, so 13, 20, 24. So I get myself back 27 hit points.
That's pretty good.
Jesus, okay. So Burberry healed up in the belly.
All right.
Anything else on your turn?
No, that's my action and my bonus action.
Barnaby,
God.
it is your turn.
Wait, no
Noelle is
damage?
furiously minding. No damage just yet.
Oh my god.
I thought for sure it was going to be the end of the turn. Alright.
Hey. Probably at the start of the beast's turn.
Oh, yeah.
So Barnaby, Noelle is furiously minding not to attack. What are you doing?
But that's all that I do.
No, don't do it.
I'm gonna look at Noelle, look back at the froggy thing, look back at Noelle, just kind of do it back and forth. I'm gonna point my gun at it, and I'm gonna wait. Gonna hold an action.
All right, ready, action.
If it does anything offensive, I'm gonna shoot it.
Okay. John, it is your turn. What are you going to do? Johnny boy.
Meanwhile, Bark's just swimming up around the surface, just holding on to the boat. This is great.
Yep. I love swimming. Clark, you there?
It's been eaten by the froghemoth.
Well, until he gets back, Lauren, anything you want to do on your turn?
I guess I'll try to bite the. Oh wait. You'll just have a crocodile swim over to you, Noelle.
You're still grappled.
Oh.
So you are wrapped in tentacles still.
Does
You can try to break the
does
grapple.
breaking the grapple count as
Can
an
I
attack?
break it?
Not technically. So it's the spell ends when you or a companion does anything harmful, and I would not say that trying to break the grapple is necessarily harmful. So I'd say go ahead and roll.
Strength?
Let's see. I think it's an athletics check.
What would the athletics for an alligator, right? Crocodile be?
Crocodile would have
Because it has a +2 to strength.
so +2.
14.
14 is not enough. So you are writhing and wriggling, but you are not breaking free of this creature's hold on you. All right. So, when John gets back, he can tell us what his action is going to be. In the meantime, the frog hemoth will take his turn. So he is a charm monster.
Yep.
Charmed by you until the spell ends or until you damage it. Your companion change it. Charmed creature is friendly to you and the spell ends. The creature knows it's charmed. And charmed entails charmed creature can't attack the charmer or target the charmer with harmful abilities or magical effects, and the charmer has advantage on any ability checks to interact socially with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So first things first. Burberry's in the belly, and he's going to take some damage. That's cocked. 17 acid damage. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong dice. Sorry. Hold up.
If you say 27, I'm gonna cry.
No, it was going to be 17, but I was like, wait, that's not a D10. 9 acid damage.
That's a lot
So much
lower.
less than I thought it was gonna be.
That's much lower. So it is currently charmed by you, Noel.
Yeah.
I feel like its prerogative is still to eat,
I mean,
but
yeah,
it'll give you a nice wave
mm-mm.
as it continues.
Don't eat the croc.
It's gonna try and eat Barbie, I think. So 27 on the bite,
On a 7.
27 to hit.
That'll hit.
So Barnaby, you're gonna take 16 plus 6, so 22 piercing damage, and you are now in the belly with Burberry. So yeah, Noel, this thing feels the charm, turns around, is like, oh hi, and then turns back and just
Don't eat them.
Well, I would argue that is a offensive measure.
Do you want to shoot?
I said I was holding my action until this
You
thing
wanna-
did an offensive measure, and
You
clearly
want to shoot? Go for it.
I'm going to
Roll
shoot.
the
So it eats me, and I shoot.
I would like to see him miss. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I mean, he's already got disadvantage. I can't make him have more disadvantage.
I got a plus 13.
It's pretty hard for me.
I don't know what this thing's AC is, but
The gun's about to go off inside the monster.
all right. So the first hit is 4 plus 13 again, so 17.
17 to hit. That hits.
And then the next hit is 11 plus 13.
That hits. So roll damage.
So that is going to be 13 for the first hit and 18 for the second hit.
13 and 18. Okay. So he needs to make a saving throw. As 2 gunshots pierce the belly, spraying like blood and guts out into the water. And you see this thing, and he just pukes up 3 bodies, as well as a mess of bones and bile into the water. And Burberry and Barnaby both come tumbling out of the creature.
That works too.
That'll take us to Noel.
Well,
Actually, wait, he's still got tentacle hits. Excuse me. So they're out.
No!
He's going.
Right back
my
in.
food got away. Let me just.
Come back as he reaches for you.
Infinite food glitch.
He's not interested in the crocodile?
It's too big.
Oh.
He can't fit it in its mouth.
Oh.
They have to be medium. So Barnaby, a 13 is going to miss.
Yep.
Burberry, 29. That's going to hit. Fuck.
Stay in the stomach, please. This is worst.
15 damage. You are still conscious, I believe.
3 hit points.
And it is Noelle's turn.
Oh, this hurts.
Well, shit. I will.
Doesn't that hurt less?
I'm gonna use my bonus action to unsettling words again, and I'm gonna try
Okay.
hypnotic pattern on the creature this time.
All right.
Sorry, I need to deduct my my bardic inspiration for these. Okay, that should be down to 3 then. So he needs to make a, I believe it's wisdom for hypnotic pattern. And it'll be a
That
minus.
is a,
-2.
all right. So he rolled a 13 minus 2. 11.
Okay, so hypnotic pattern does take effect, it seems like.
So he is charmed again, and while charmed, he is incapacitated with a speed of 0. So swirling lights appear in the water around you, and the creature is suddenly just slack-jawed and dazed, staring up at them.
Did Burberry get it?
No, he got grappled.
I got grappled.
Can
Yeah.
I, because I haven't moved, I'm within 30 feet of the creature for sure, so can I get over to Burberry and like try and pull him away a little bit?
It's, I'm just gonna banish myself next turn. It's fine.
But I don't know that.
Boom. I'd say you could start helping, but with your action and bonus action used already.
Yeah, I'll just get over to them.
So Burberry, it is your turn.
Well, now Noelle is here. And I can't banish myself or the creature's gonna attack her.
It is currently incapacitated. He is not doing anything.
He is not doing anything.
Okay. Can I...
I mean, you've seen
If
me
I-
use the spell before too.
Oh, yeah, no. If I try to get out of the grapple, is it...
That's an action to escape the grapple.
The full action. Okay.
Yeah.
The killer thing is, my brain's like, I have a way out of this. It's just, it only works if no one is grappled. Okay. Well.
You can do it, Burberry. This jaunty tune cheers you
Okay.
on.
John,
It is very a bit. It is very silly.
Okay,
All right,
I have
onward.
an odd question.
Okay.
If I cast, so water walk causes a target to be carried to the surface if they're in liquid.
Right.
Would that cause the critter to make a strength saving throw to try and stop me from doing that?
Let me think.
Wait, are you trying to cast on the creature?
No, he's
I'm
casting
trying to
water
cast
walk
it
on
on
himself.
Oh.
So Burberry will shoot to the surface in theory, but the creature's currently holding on to him. So either Burberry breaks the grapple, Burberry is stopped by the creature, or the creature is dragged with Burberry to the surface.
That one seems
One
not
of these
very
two
likely.
things is happening. It's a very big boy. I don't think that's happening. So it's either one or the other. So I will say, what is your spell save DC? I'll have him make a strength save against that.
Well, I'm only asking in theory, because I'm pretty sure he's pretty good on the strengths throws, judging by how good his grappling is.
He's a pretty strong boy, yeah.
And I still have only 3 hit points, and I've kind of there's a small part of me that is hardcore panicking. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you can heal yourself.
Is it the unconscious one?
Well, the problem is that if I heal myself, the most that I
I
can...
would rule it as
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd rule it as he's just making a strength save against your spell save DC if you want to use water walk.
All right. Well, as I said, I don't think the idea is going to work the way that I want it to. So I am going to go ahead and just heal myself with the double checking the thing. I'm sorry, I'm taking so long.
You're okay.
I'm a wee lass, and I hate everything that's happening. Oh man. Okay. How? And I'm sorry, I'm asking you because this. I normally I would look this up online, but I can't because it's homebrew. So for the favor of the gods, is it just once, or do I have a? I forgot the set number of it.
Shoot, let me look up Burberry again. I just want to read your thing. Burberry's channel divinity, special powers. Let him get 2 points. Channel divinity and book powers. Most actually the gods. The next minute, anytime you target a creature with a spell, that creature gains temporary hit points equal to your player level plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh wait, that's
so
for the next minute. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm still good. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna have it again. And that's a D10 and not a D8. And okay, this dice is going to dice jail. It's rolled 2 nat 1s in a row for hit points, and I need those.
Oof.
Jeez.
That's cocked. So yeah, so last time I rolled a 1, a 4, and a 7. And this time I rolled a 1, a 3, and an 8.
Improvements?
Yep, that's 12 hit points. Oh, okay, so
Okay.
12 plus 11 plus 3 is 15, 26 hit points.
Nice. It's not bad.
No,
We're rescaling.
just
You're still alive.
Anything else?
no, because I can't.
All right. Barnaby, the creature, is currently dazed by the hypnotic pattern.
You've seen this one before. He's not gonna do anything.
What's the play, Barnaby?
I'm gonna fey gift hospitality. Me and Burberry again.
Okay.
You know,
Is that 10 hit points?
Yes, this is temporary hit points.
Okay. If it's
I'm not really gonna gain much anything.
Well, Burberry's got what, 11 temp hit points right now from the.
no, they got
Hayward?
they got used up from.
Didn't you just get them back from the healing?
Oh,
Five?
right, yes, 11 temp hit points.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
does that give you back the temp hit points? That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then I am just going to aim my gun and hold my action. If it tries to hit me again, I'm gonna shoot it.
Sorry.
All right.
I feel like that last one was justified.
Just so you guys know, I'm never going in the water again. Every time I do, something bad happens.
Talk about that later.
No. John, are you back yet?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing with your turn?
I'm just gonna take my 2 attacks.
No, please don't.
Wait, what?
I just
He's currently
successfully
hypnotic
hypnotic
pattern.
patterned it.
Oh, okay.
I have my action held in case it tries to hit me again.
That's
I
Yeah.
guess I'll hold my action then until it breaks out of it or attempts to attack someone.
I will say, you and Lauren and Burberry, I think, are still grappled.
I got grappled again?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can't break the grapple without.
Can I just break the grapple?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
17.
That will beat it. So John is free, slips the tentacle, and is now floating freely beside the creature. Is there anything else on your turn that you want to do with your bonus action?
Am I still raging?
Technically, yes. You will stop raging if you do not attack or take damage this turn.
I stab my toe.
I punch myself in the face.
All right. You're gonna take a big fat 8 damage.
He really
You lost a toe.
Well, it's reduced to half, so it's 4 damage because he's raging.
Okay.
lost
I
half
like
a
the
toe.
idea that whenever he can't attack and he's stuck, he's just like pumping himself up, like, yeah!
Let's
Beat his
go.
chest. Like,
The hype. Aloran, alligator girl, it is your turn. The creature is currently slack-jawed, staring at pretty lights in the water.
Can I try to get ungrappled again?
Give me a strength or a athletics check.
I'm grappled.
Okay.
We'll get that croc back someday.
The frog Hemoth is incapacitated.
Wait, so if I turn back into regular Lauren, now that it's holding on to the big one, would I be able to slip free?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Well, I guess
She's just gonna drop alligator form and just.
if I can do that.
Yeah.
But I already technically rolled.
Well, that was your action. You can bonus action transform. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
So you can just slip it and swim out.
Okay. I'll do that.
Frog Hemoth's turn. He is again slack-jawed, not doing anything. No actions, no reactions, no speed to move with. He is doing nothing but staring at lights. No
Okay.
way.
I will somehow communicate to the party that let's take a moment to heal. We've got a minute. And then we can all attack it at once.
Okay.
So I will start. I don't know what healing spells we got, but I'm going to healing word. I guess I need to get myself first because I'm real low right now. So whatever you got, potions, I guess most of us aren't damaged, but me and Burberry definitely need to heal right now.
I'm gonna slap a band-aid on myself and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
That's how I cast
Everyone,
it.
I guess. Everybody has a turn before the Frog Hemoth goes again. Now that it's Noel's turn, so whatever you want to do to heal or prep for another round of combat, whatever's happening.
if you guys want to hold your healing stuff, if you let it get to me, I'll do the Beacon of Hope, which gives max healing for whatever healing
Yeah,
stuff you want to do.
I'll wait for
Yeah,
that.
we'll do that then.
Oh, you got some antiseptic for my band-aid? That'd be great.
Yep, it's a little diluted in all the water, but
That'll be fine.
okay. So yeah, I'll cast Beacon of Hope. So
All
targets
healing.
regain maximum number of hit points possible from any healing.
Sweet. Or 8, 12,
Fucking clerics.
17 hit points back. That's pretty good.
Jeez, it's almost like I was built for this.
Ugh. So, that's 17 back, you said, Noel?
That's what I just got back, yeah. So I should be at 36.
Barnaby, what'd you get back?
I get 8 plus my spellcasting bonus. I got 10 hit points.
Sweet, so 90. John, you got any healing?
No.
Alright. You want to stab your toe again?
Is it still hypnotic patterned?
Yes.
Yeah, we're doing up some healing just so we don't accidentally die when we try and kill
Everyone's doing healing while John was stabbing himself.
I think I'll.
He's just like, let's just go. Let's just kill him. Let's go.
I'll just cut. We'll do a little cut on my arm this time.
Alright. We'll call that rookie numbers 3 damage. So 1.
1. Probably talk to
John's
John
got
about
just all
this.
these little streams of blood just kind of wafting off of his body.
Good thing that shark's not around.
Lord, any healing you want to do?
Let's see. I don't really have any healing stuff prepped, so no.
Okay. Froghemoth remains slack-jawed. Noel.
Okay. Are we feeling like we're ready to? Do you need to heal still, Burberry?
I'll go ahead and cast Cure Wounds on myself at 2nd level because you know what? Even with 2 dice, I'm still gonna roll myself.
Yeah, if we're going through one more round, I'll do one more healing word on myself too.
Yeah, if we're doing another round, I might as well.
All right. I assume Barnaby's topped off at this point.
Nope.
Oh.
13.
I took a few big hits, all right.
All right. I clearly lost track of the numbers.
I got down to around 50 out of 95.
There you go. I'm doing a lot better now. 49.
All right, and I can take 1 hit. I can take
I
one
get
solid
eaten
hit.
once.
Again, I get to eat the 2nd time.
I'm doing much better now, though. I can tell you that much.
All right. Well, I think.
Oh, and I'll second wind as well.
Okay. I think
Oh, and,
that.
Sorry, I'm gonna do the thingy that I get the extra spell slot with.
Okay. So, Froghemoth remains slack-jawed. John, Noel, or John and Lauren, is there anything you guys want to do? I know Lauren doesn't want to heal. John is just going to stab himself.
I can't heal. I don't have any
Right.
spells.
Pretty much.
I think we're going to be attacking next turn. So if you guys, Lauren, if you want to turn into a creature, you can, or you can just attack with whatever you got.
Problem is nothing I'm gonna do is gonna be like worth anything. So I can't call lightning. I don't know. I'm at that point with Lauren where I'm like, I don't even know what to do with her anymore.
Well,
All of us.
whatever you want to do. Because I think at this point we can kind of get up behind it and just everybody get ready and attack.
If everyone wants to whack it and just attack in turns.
Mm.
Yeah.
Can a giant constrictor snake? If like I'm turning into a snake and I can breathe underwater, can I turn into any animal then? And they will be able to breathe underwater? Quick question.
I mean, every other spell persists through your forms, doesn't it? Like if you had Shield of Faith on you and stuff.
Yeah.
So is that a yes, DM?
Sure.
Okay.
I will say, yeah, whatever form you want to be in, you'll be able to be in for the round. You guys are on this thing. I'm pretty sure you guys are about to kill it.
Okay, I'll just
Unless
be
you all miss.
a giant constrictor snake then.
Okay. So, starting at the top of the order then, we have Noel.
I'm at the top.
Are you? You are the first to act after the Froghemoth.
Oh, I mean,
So,
mechanically, I feel like we're all going to hold our attacks until the last person in the round attacks.
because creature doesn't take actions, reactions. Let me make sure ready action gives you. Let's see here. Mechanically, if that's how you want to do, that's fine. It doesn't honestly make a difference, because you're all going to get to act before this thing can act again. So just tell me what y'all are doing, and we'll roll to see what happens.
Okay.
Because nobody's getting any like advantage or crits off of this necessarily, because it's just invested.
Are we getting to attack this turn?
Yep. Cool. Well,
So,
I'm just
roll
going
me some
to.
hits.
Huh?
I said roll me some hits for
Yeah,
whoever's
I'm
attacking.
gonna swing my
whatever,
sword.
whatever you're doing.
I'll just bite it. And I probably 15.
15 hits.
Okay. Eight plus 4. That's 12 damage.
I probably missed. That's like a 13.
13 will miss.
26.
26 hits.
I used
Uh,
reckless attack for mine.
Okay.
so it was 5 damage with 3 of it being thunder damage.
Okay.
19 and 24 to hit.
Those hit. And what was your damage, Lauren?
It was 12.
12. John and Barney just waiting on your.
All right. So I got
Total damage is 41.
41 from John. Okay.
I have a feeling I'm gonna hit because this thing's AC seems pretty low, even with disadvantage. Because that's a 18 and a 15
Those hit.
for both my disadvantage shots, and that is 18 for the first hit for damage, and then 11 for the second hit.
Cool. So, tag team finisher. How do you all want to do this?
Noelle
It's
swings
definitely-
wildly and misses.
It's fucking dead as shit after this.
I go for the eye. Wait, no, I don't. I don't go for the eyes. They might be good eating. I go for the gut.
I want to chop off a couple tentacles.
All right.
Just want to not be grappled anymore.
Fair enough.
I feel like everybody's big badass. Burberry's just like, I live.
Don't worry, I'm not being badass.
But you hypnotic patterned it.
And then she missed.
I missed with my rapier.
But all the healing.
Yeah, you guys got that thing down to negative 42 hit points with that barrage. So, good job. This thing is eviscerated, floating in the water around you. And you are out of combat, free to leave as you will.
Go back to my oracle now.
I'm gonna go with Burberry so that we're not alone.
Have we gathered enough of that red weed, seaweed shit?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
So, as the party begins to swim for the surface, casting one last look down at your dire enemy below, and you can see a large fish-shaped creature, perhaps a shark, swimming up to it and beginning to gorge itself on the corpse.
How long
I took the eyes. I'm just gonna say that right now.
How long does
You took the good part.
How long
I
does speak
earned
with
it. Thank you.
Speak of the animals, I think last 10 minutes?
That fast. Was that fight longer than 10 minutes?
No.
No, that fight was less than a minute. Yeah, 10 minutes. So yeah, you would still have Speak of the Animals up after the fight ended. Assuming you passed the concentration check after he grappled you. But I think as the party surfaces, that's probably a good place to call it.
We don't get back to shore?
Yeah, y'all are swimming to shore. You're fine. But yeah, I think that's a good place to call it right there. You have acquired your bloodweed and are now free to return and find this
Village.
what's your fucking name?
Macbeth.
Yeah,
Marcelite.
Macbeth, the Witch of the Woods. Marcelite. Yeah. Free to return to her to make good on your deal. So
Did she make gumbo?
you have not found her yet. You must find her again.
Cliffhanger.
Okay.
But yeah, good session, guys.
Good game.
If I could get an MVP
game.
vote from the party.
I'll vote for Barnaby since we're kind of doing his thing, and he also did a lot of damage to the creature.
I'll vote Noel for the hypnotic pattern, allowing everybody to heal up.
It was pretty good.
I'll say Barnaby.
I mean, I can't vote for myself, so I'll do for Noel.
Shit, it's 2 and 2.
Damn it, I was hoping I could abstain this one.
Nope. You're the deciding
You
vote.
must choose.
Who gets the RP point?
I'm gonna go with Noel because the hypnotic pattern was super useful.
That was.
Alright. Well, thank you.
Nice.
I will spend 3 points to get my inspiration back.
You guys want to hear something that's kind of funny and kind of sad?
Hmm.
So Burberry has gone down 3 times now?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, wait, twice, but one was a very close call. And every single time, it was always Barry.
Oh, do you roll when they go down?
Yes.
Poor guy.
Oh, poor Barry. He needs a hug.
Well, no,
And
in
more
the first in the first time he almost went down, it was because Barry was on top that day, and that was whenever Burberry got taken hostage.
Right.
The second time was, I think Barry was on top again, and this time I was like, oh well, no one's on top, so I rolled randomly, and it was Barry again.
Nice. Man, I'm so cursing the turn order, because if that charm monster had stuck, I was gonna tell him to go get as many of those fucking weeds for us as possible, and just dump them onto the shore. So we could just have a fuckload of them.
He was hungry.
No, I'm just sad
Yeah,
because if
right.
me and Barnaby's turns had been swapped, then he wouldn't have gotten eaten. It wouldn't have triggered his opportunity attack.
Sure.
He was so hungry. That's because whenever something went to his stomach, it kept leaving.
Yes, Barnaby was extra spicy.